Hi Yakaboo, how are you? I'm cold. Hi Panama. Stream time. Pretty cold, so I'm just gonna try and do everything I can to warm up a bit. Oh, I think a little on backwards. Hi Shrimp, how are you? Oh, I forgot to go get water. Hi chat. Also, how's it going? Thanks, my mum made it. So cute. It's good. I have just finished all the orders up to today and all the giveaways. You guys didn't hold back. So that's what I've been doing most of today, is sorting out sorting that out and working on that, which is quite nice. I'm really grateful. But yeah, Ghost is still sorting some out now. Too many gameplay time? I think so. Seeing as it's quite nice to do something that like feels a bit more like I'm winding down. However, I got some stuff that's Baltimore's being silly. I got some stuff in the post and I wanted to play with it and stuff that you guys bought for me. -4 in Manchester. I just can't believe how like you can feel it in the house when it's just this cold. Hi, Striking! Cool hat, thanks chat. Great job, but yeah, my mum made me quite a few of them. I'm very happy to have it. Hi Striking, hi Zeracars. I hope you guys are well. I hope you guys are having a good day. But yeah, I thought I'd do like a little extra stream. I asked Ghost and I was like, do you think I should stream today? And he was like, yeah. He was like, you should just play a game and like chill out and just enjoy a little bit because you'll be going away, and if you're away you'll get stressed out if you're not streaming. So make the most of it. He was like, just go play some Tomb Raider today. And I was like, I'll ask chat if I should do some editing. I'll play Tomb Raider. And he was like, okay. So under the instruction of Ghost, I should... Hi, Les Banana. Under the instruction of Ghost, I should go stream. And I was like, I can do that. Sending tons... What the hell is this? Ew, oh no, that's my pixel shot now. And -5. Oh my god. Yeah, some of you guys have got some really cold weather. You've done such a good job with those hats. Mine don't turn out the same. I think I'm using a different type of wool. I remade one yesterday, but the bottom part of the cloth is super loose. It doesn't fold up as nicely as yours does. Now, I don't know anything about crochet or knitting, Striking. So I'm just going to assume if I hold this up, you might be able to just look at it. It just looks great. Oh, I'm sorry, Striker. I thought this was helpful for you to like see how it's been made. Crochet people are like, yes, I can name every stitch. Thank you. Yeah, my mum, she like, so, I don't know, she just sometimes goes through different hobbies, which I think a lot of people end up doing. And then I ask her to make something and then she freaks out that she can't do it and then she just gives it to me afterwards and I'm just like... But I guess I do that too with my paints. Chat, this is going to look like a children's story. It's not going to work. I think I would need more knowledge to be able to know by sight. Damn, she sounds adorable. Yeah, she's very, very cute. Yeah, I think it's turned out pretty nice. So chat, I'm really excited because you got because anyway. The storm, his gun re-inflated. I did a little bit. He's kind of moving around. The desk mat that you guys bought for me arrived. Isn't this so cute? Chat, look at it. Wow, it's so cute. Thank you very much. This is so cute. But because everything I do is covered in paint, I got another desk mat that's clear to put over it. So thank you, chat. So I'm gonna do this now, but I wanted to show you guys before I put it down. So here's the other one, the clear one. A cozy two-way onesie. Now I think she genuinely might lose her mind if I asked her to do that. Can you just make the whole cosplay? Okay, I'm gonna move my stuff out of the way. So here's the clear one. Okay. Wow! Oh my god, a desk mat. Wow. I've only ever had plain ones. This is so nice. I'm not allowed. I feel like there's just too many obvious reasons why I'm not allowed to have certain nice things. I've already got powder on it. Okay. I'll pull it over to the side just a little bit. Okay, it's down. Now I'm going to cover it with the clear one. I measured on the internet and it should fit. Hell yeah! I'll be stealing this idea because I'm so clumsy. I go to desk. Do you? Yeah, I was so worried about it. So I just got like a clear one. Just don't expect them to last. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Wow! Okay, now I just need to... Ow, I got static from the monitor. Okay, now does my mouse still work? Seems like it does. Okay. Okay, the plastic one is... Ow! Jesus Christ, I got static from my key. Oh my god, am I getting static from the desk mat? Does anyone else get static from desk mats? Is that just a me thing that now? Oh my god! Ow! Wait, from the okay. Wait, hang on. Immediate problem. It's the clear part. Look, let me have this one thing. Rubber dryer sheet on it. I don't have a dryer sheet. Oh my god. God, again, this is why I can't have nice things. Ah! It's the desk mat! Oh my god, no, because I just rubbed the desk mat and then touched the keyboard again. It's tinfoil thing. I can't remember what the hell thing. How to remove somebody from a thing. Dab lotion. What? Dryer sheets. Hand cream. Hi Hulk. A desk mounted taser. Is your flooring vinyl? No, it's laminate. Moisturiser on your clothes. Put moisturiser on your clothes. What a weird thing to do. Do you mean your hands? Your clothes. Your clothes. Mate, I'm scared to touch them. Oh no! Punisher, I don't think I've got any. No, I need to go get some water. Let me go do that. Like a normal cloth. What do you mean by normal cloth? Like a microfiber? I've only got like microfiber. Fuzzy and wipe it like you're cleaning. Like a microfiber cloth. Alright, I will... Let's banana. I can't believe I've just read that you say spit is free. Don't say that. Okay, I'll go get more water and then I will also make it slightly damp. Okay, I'll go get some water. I'll also get a microfiber cloth. Right, 1 second. I'm gonna go. Oh my God. Going to get I'll buy an empty static bat to put on top of this cloth now. Okay. The only fix is to drool all over it. Okay. I'm wiping it down with a bit of water. Less banana, at least you know that like you can still take this the clear desk mat idea, but you just know that you have to spit on it everywhere. Okay, let's see how that goes. I feel better about the moisturizer thing. Yeah, I'll tell my girlfriend I learned from a bunch of strangers on the internet when she thinks I'm being weird. Yeah, you know, I went on this girl on the internet. She's like... When she said it, she wasn't painted as Hatsune Miku, but she has been painted as Hatsune Miku. But like the few days before, she was painted as like this White Widow character who kind of looked like a white Spider Woman. But I've never seen them before. She told me to spit on my desk mat. I'm like, 100 other people agreed. So I'm trying it. Okay, the next things that you guys got me, which I'm really excited about, are brackets! Thank you. I'm very, very happy. When I'm single, you can all spend more time with me at least. When? Okay. I just can't open things properly. Ever. At all. Okay, yay! Let's see. This is gonna make a big difference, I hope. Come on. Yeah, insult her taste in people. Okay, so, oh my god, this, I have to piece this together. It's like a puzzle. All right, user manual, yes please. Okay, so what we want to do is take, you see how this camera is on the side? I need it here. That's what we're doing. Upgrade. Okay. When is the Animal Crossing thing happening? Hi, Panama. Okay, well that clearly goes in there. Easy installation. The short plate is installed on the bottom with the standard slot of the Swiss Arca 38 to 39mm. If your Swiss Arca clamp is different size, don't worry. Okay, I won't worry then. Looks to me like that goes there. We could just use the Allen key to twist that in. Don't worry, after Wednesday, like I will be gone for a while, so you won't have to worry at all about me consistently reminding you. Rephrase Carl's joke and got the Okay. Right, and then this looks like it goes in here. I mean, like it looks like it's me anyway. Does it? Oh no, that goes in there. Okay. Right, so now I can take this bit off here. And then this bit off. Okay, alright. So then I take this part off. I don't even want to know what that is stuck to my camera. Okay, so I take that part off. And then I clamp that onto there. Okay. So then this part goes in there. Oh, yay! This part goes in here. What's this for? What am I blocking? No! We're blocking the SD cards. But that's okay. I'll put the SD card in now. We're having a raid party tonight. Feels like we're having a party. Okay. Alright, and then that must mean that this whole top part should come off. Okay, I'm a little bit concerned at how easy that was to come off. Which then means that this, sure that just screws on here. On one of these. That's not sliding around anywhere. Ah! Perfect! Chat, look at that. Now that's not gonna move. Last time, the problem I had with this was because of the weight of the camera, it kept tilting it further and further down, so it wouldn't stay straight, and it was really annoying. So we needed to have a way to make it stay bolt upright. Okay, great. Then we have to remount this. Working hours were over 3 hours ago. Without hopefully being disrespectful, why are you doing overtime? Hey V6! Okie dokie, so then the next thing, my pride. Okay. okay, dog? Thank you for buying this for my wish list chat. Hell yeah. Okay, so then now we have this, which I'm gonna learn how to use. My $100 stool is also late for delivery. I'm very anti-stool right now. What kind of stool did you pick? Beanie, yeah, because I'm so cold, Toasty. I'm like pathetically cold. Well today, so I felt like I should be doing a bit better, so I said I'd stop when I finish this task, and now it's an hour. Okay, got you. Alright, sweet. This one does not come with instructions, so we just have to figure it out. Lovely. Okay, so I guess we loosen that, and then let's make it match the picture. There. Oh, wait, hang on. If I loosen that, is that also... Yeah, okay, cool. Right. The one that looked the same as the ones in your local music shop. Right, got you, because it's... Yes, got you. Okay, oh, oops, I don't think I need that. I think I only need, let me unplug that bit. I think I just need this bit. You're gonna wear a hockey shirt for work tomorrow? Well, I hope you love it when you do. This goes here. Oh my god, please. Yeah, honestly. Oh, much better. Okay. Then, now I should be able to clamp this here. And now it's not all pulling the weight of itself down. Oh, chat. Heroes. Oh, that's so much better, because what was happening was it was here and then it just kept tilting. Well, then I guess that means I don't really need to have this one on at the same time then, so I'll unscrew that one. Oh, that's so great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Mel's camera setup feels stronger now. Hey Dragon, how are you? Wow, thank you so much, chat. That's so great. Oh, I'm really happy with that. Okay, so then now I can just plug this in properly. Ah! Perfect. Has that always been there? I don't know if I've ever seen that before. That's awesome. I'm really happy with that. Thank you very much, chat, for buying these things off my wish list. Wow. That's so useful. Yeah, Raina, I got a thing to be make sure that my camera stays vertical, which it's like such a small thing, but it's so useful. Except Mel, she banned me. Don't let it think it'll be the last time. And then, so the whole, basically the weight of everything was seemingly like pulling my whole camera to the side, and it was really a bit, it was getting a little bit dodgy. So I needed something to make sure it was getting dodgy, and it meant that sometimes the footage I'd slowly be like leaning to the side, so we'd have to keep correcting it. And it was silly. Anyway, you guys have just helped to correct all of that, so thank you. All of this camera stuff, it doesn't really fit in these bags, so I'm gonna have to put them in like their own camera bag. You should have appreciated my high art meta. Toasty, just agree with Les Banana or it will happen again. Is your desk mat still shocking you? Not yet. I haven't been like touching it a lot though. For Toasty. So I can confirm Elise is playing episode 2 of Dispatch. What I'm also going to confirm is she has paused it every 5 seconds to update me. She was reminded me why we can't watch films together. Unless it's in the cinema, I cannot watch a film with Elise. She's giving me the play-by-play. She's giving me the play-by-play. She's sending me pictures. She's sending me opinions. She told me that she was really angry at one point because she felt like she made the wrong decision. So she she quit and started the chapter again. She said that she wasn't going to allow whatever happened. She's seemingly at the end of episode 2 right now. We need to get Elise a new laptop so she can stream it. I don't even know anymore. She's capital letters. She has a boyfriend. He either isn't interested, so he fidgets non-stop, or he is interested and wants to talk about it and shouts things like, "They said the thing," non-stop. Oh gosh, striking. Damn, yeah, that is it's quite a lot. It's quite intense, isn't it, sometimes? Ghost usually does this thing where he asks me a question, but it's not that it's already been answered. It's like he's trying to confirm something. He's like, but wait. And then the answer immediately comes up on the screen. And I've noticed, have I already got paint on this? Usually I've noticed, if I've already seen it, I'm just confused as to how he always asks the seemingly most relevant question to what's about to happen. He'll be like, but we haven't seen an Osuke. An Osuke turns up on the screen. But what about the people who like help the Demon Slayers with the health stuff? Like, where are they? They immediately run on screen. And I don't understand how he does it. Every single time, he's like, well, what about this? And then it immediately happens, or it's immediately answered. got a knack for plot? No, he doesn't. He just seems like, but what about this situation? And then it gets answered. I don't even understand it. No. My girlfriend asks me a question just so I can Google the answer all the time. She thinks I'm very smart, but you're just Googling. But can she see you Googling? He's impatient. That's the thing. In almost everything, he's the most patient person you'll ever see. I just don't get it. Temporarily psychic as a result of his ghost status, maybe you're right. Is English just because of his second language? I don't think that's got anything to do with it. No, he just always like, but what about this? Listen, Anna, what? Can you give me some examples of some hobbies that you've both started at the same time? I'm trying to give him an out. It's no out. Also, chat, I got my nails done today. And I got a pedicure, I'm really happy. The nail salon made me laugh. Because they always ask me questions, don't they? But it felt like 5 verses more. Yeah, so I got the French tips on my toes as well. Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you. He watches everything in advance so he can do his amazing, but it will still confess it on his deathbed. He's autistic and does have fidget toys. He loves to like flap swing his hands really fast, not his arms, just his hands. And I think Jazz hands were like super fast. Shouldn't complain, it's only recently that he could sit through a whole film. It's not, I don't see it as like complaining though, striking. It's more like, that's just tricky, but I don't really see it. I didn't really think what you were doing was complaining. If you want me to be honest, I think a lot of the time when you discuss your family, you're very fair about it. Let's go to script writer. I don't think so. I think you're very fair about a lot of it, because obviously you're more than happy to tolerate it, and I think tolerate is already a harsh word, but I think you're very fair about everything that you say, but you identify that it's also, it would be difficult for other people, but you're a bit like, okay, yeah, you can see, but you know what I mean? I've never seen you as complaining. The only time I think was when you were frustrated. The only time is I think you come across as a bit frustrated in the moment about certain things, but your frustrations are very, very valid. I've never once thought, oh my god, striking so out of order. I think they're very valid, and also that's so human as well. You can still love people very much, right? And still think, Christ, you're really annoying me right now. God, Steph, who's talking to ask questions constantly when watching something, right? And like, that's something that you don't really like, but at the same time, you then wouldn't date somebody who does it, right? So for me, I only don't like that in the cinema. But like at home, I don't mind it. It's fine. So I think that's like, because you choose people that you can tolerate, right? Okay, so like when we started playing Cult of the Lamb, okay, I thought, when I first only read that first line, then I got a little concerned, not sure. She played more than me and was ahead of me, and she was like, how do I beat this boss? And I was like, what boss? So I go and look, and I saw I hadn't got there, so I tell her this, and 5 minutes later she's asking clarification questions on mechanics I don't know exist because I'm not there yet. That's so funny. Oh, sorry, mate. Is it alright if we please have it in English only? Because I can't. We can't moderate it. typed English 3 times. Queen, I think you should stop working for today. Like, today just, it wasn't it, and that's human, right? That's fine. You did your best. I just wasn't there today. It's the beginning of the year. No one's fully focused right now, Queen. Oh, you can't spell the word English today without 4 attempts. So I think you should stop. I logged off 15 minutes ago. I'm still recovering. Okay, good. I'm glad you were self-aware enough. Elise has accepted the date with Phenomenal Man and Bob Laser because she said she was feeling petty. I think maybe I have. Yeah, I think so. Third wheel, let's go. Let's go. Why? Wait, what? She was annoyed about the blonde blazers. Chat, I can't believe I've got a desk mat. My God, look at me. It's already whatever the hell today is. The 5th, it should still be like the 2nd, right? I need you to publish Elise's messages in a journal for reference when she finishes her playthrough. She's been playing the game and then watching how I played that chapter. But well, no, that's an exaggeration. She did that for chapter 1. But she told me that's what she's going to do. However, for today, I think she's got the rest of the evening off. So I think I don't know if she's just going to keep going. I don't know what her work shifts are like. I don't know if she's just going to keep going. She told me I said to her that I thought that Robert's marks on his face were cat scratches and not facial hair. And she was just like, what? She's like, are they not scars? And I was like, no, I think it's facial hair. And she was just like, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. She was like, no, you cannot tell me this 20 to 30-year-old man can only grow whiskers on his chin. He either doesn't grow them or he can grow a beard. And she was like, I refuse to believe you. My head, and she got really upset. So she's saying they're scars, but like, sure, whatever, I guess. You know, I told her to play and I never played the game, but don't tell her this. What if he plucks it? Maybe. That sounds like he should shit. Yeah. I thought they were cat scratches. I wondered for ages. Where the cat was in the game. I did striking. I thought that was really funny. And I was like, do you know what? Yeah. I thought because they oh, hang on a minute. Ghost is telling me that he's confirming a gift, but then has not told me what the gift is. I thought they looked like cat scratches. They were stylized whiskers, did you? No, I thought they were cat scratches. You have to shave the ones you've got before they'll grow properly. Oh, got you. Okay, I thought you meant... As far as Elise knows, we played it twice. Elise doesn't have to know. It's fine. She's upset because she's failed the dispatch sequence and she's played the rest of the level. Chapter, sorry, and she's now telling me that she's upset and she wants to redo just the dispatching. I think she's upset that she didn't do it well. No, no, she really isn't. Do you know what hang on, she's not in here, is she? No, she's not in here. Do you know what's making me laugh about it, V6? Is she didn't like a certain decision. But when she told me, it was so minor. And she went back. Sheila was like, absolutely not. And went back because I don't think she... I mean, no one obviously would know at this point. Thank you. It only took 6 days. Thank you very much. Do not refund. I wrote it on. Thank you very much. This is very, very kind. This is very over the top. Thank you very much. That's a lot. Thank you so much. There's literally like no take backsies. Thank you very much. Thank you. I thought that's a 37 till I saw the 1. Carry the 1 and the decimal. Miles' birthday gift arrived late. It did. Thank you very much. That's very, very excessive. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's very kind. Thank you so much. Come for the streamer, stay for the alert. Vita! I saw her live and was like, let's go! Probably differences in currencies. Yeah, usually that's what it is. Thank you very much. Was that a surprise for you, but the chaos happened instead? Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. That's very, very kind. I am very, 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 very happy that you guys wanted to do that. And I'm very, very, very grateful that you guys did that, but also contributed to the mods. So thank you very much for essentially doing both, because I made everyone do a flip turn upside down on the day, and sent some of you. Our present will arrive after your holiday. That's completely fair. You better not be tipping the mods. No. It smells to do as she pleases. No. There we go. I was just adjusting it. Oh my god, out of the goal of $3,000. That's crazy. There we go. That's what I realised I needed to do. I was going to do it yesterday and I forgot. That's extremely kind. Thank you very much. Thank you. I feel like I'm in constant confusion as to like how and why you guys are so generous. Because I don't really feel like I do anything that crazy. But I'm but please know, regardless, I'm extremely grateful. So thank you very, very much. Thank you. That's a lot. That's a lot of money. Thank you very, very much. Oh my God! Thank you so much! Let's go! Thank you so much! Oh my God! It's silent? What? There's no music? What's happening? Chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never had music the second time I've used that scene on a channel, but every single time it shows up to me that you guys have music. So I just always danced in silence. Are you telling me that there's no music? I don't know, it's broken. It's always been... There's no music for you. No, yeah, there was earlier for me, but it says that the music is playing. Yeah, it says it's on monitor and output. I turn the monitor off and then it's never had... Yeah, now it works for me. Chat. I've had that alert for over a year. Why has no one brought this up? Why has no one brought this up? Is it silent? It's silent for me. Yes, it's silent for me as well, but it says that you guys can hear the music, so I've always just danced in silence. I don't know why it's broken, but it tells me it's working. Now it's working. All I did for that one was click off the scene and go back on it again. It just cut off. But if I go back, nothing. Now it works! Now it stopped! I don't know, it's really strange. It look, yes! Theo from my side! Or everything is correct, so I just assumed it didn't work on my end, but it was fine for you guys. It's an OBS thing. Well, good to know. Anyway, I don't really know what to think about what just happened. Les Banana fixed something, and we're all confused. Thank you. I'm very, very happy about that scenario. I never thought that would be a situation, but weirdly, that's maybe the best outcome. So, thank you very much. Yeah, I know full well that Ghost is going to see the email and think there's a massive shop order and have an absolute meltdown before realising, oh, it's fine. I know full well that's 100% going to happen. Gave us a meltdown. Chat, once again I've gone live feeling great, and once again a little bit into my live stream I want a snack. Well, I could have snacked beforehand, but no, I want to snack right now. The scream you hear will be Ghost. I usually don't even hear the scream. I usually hear when it's the printer, it's usually like it's usually swearing. That's when I know it's the printer that's upset him, because the printer used to upset me as well. Or I'll hear the which is another order. God. Elise is upset that she can't. Elise is upset that she can't redo the fact that she failed the dispatching part of dispatch. She's really upset about that, and she was like, "We need to." Well, she's like, "Maybe we should redo it. Like, it's not fair." And I was like, and I said, I was explaining that most gamers don't actually like the dispatching part; they just like the story. And she's like, "Really? But that's not." No. And then she was, and so I said, I think you just can't accept that you didn't do well on the dispatch. And she said, no, I can't. I've taken it personally every single time one of them failed. I feel so bad. I'm failing as their boss. This is going really well. This face, she's taking it so personally. It's okay, it's your first day. I got tickets for a festival in Paris in July, and all 12 of the bands I listen to a lot. Oh, Base, I think you told us about that before. That's so exciting. Should we tell her it's not real? Nah, leave her. She knows it'll come up in her quarterly review. It's literally her first day. In Liz, I learned that I didn't do things a good way and got a horrid outcome, and I had to be talked out of completely restarting the game. She's playing it like you, yeah, she's playing it like you, taking it really personally. If she's struggling with that, the sonar choice is going to be rough. Michael, you're so right. Oh my god. Are you gonna continue playing tonight? We have to, I just have to know. Can you stop all of your audio sources to each one to default and then back to what it should be? But that's what, sorry Yakubu, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm being dismissive of you. When we were on that screen, you know, on that scene, I did that. I was resetting it multiple times, and when I was like, can you hear it? And you guys kept saying no. So it didn't seem to do anything. It's my son's first day back at school tomorrow. Oh, really? On a Tuesday? So oh wait, Monday is sometimes like a teacher training day, isn't it? So I need to make sure he sleeps and try to sleep myself. So I'm gonna head out. If I don't see you before, have an awesome time away, seeing family and exploring. I miss your screens. Thanks so much, Striking. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Have a good one. Hopefully you'll still see me tomorrow and Wednesday. Fingers crossed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a good one. Okay, I'm gonna get myself a quick snack then, because I planned this badly, as I do every single day. And then, let's play some more Rise of the Tomb Raider, since you guys voted. And I'm honestly shocked and impressed that you guys didn't tie the vote. Well done. Right, can you just keep an eye on my 3D printer, chat? I won't name names, but some was tried. I'm glad. It was just so many times when I would have my stuff up before and I felt like I was explaining a game should be here, so in the end I was like, huh. Like it just turned itself on. Mate. I can't deal with any more OBS problems. Sorry, Dunwick, what is that? Are you trying to blow me a kiss? Is what you're doing? Oh, but they're gross, this banana. Yeah, until further notice. No, I hope it blows in the wrong direction. Don't do that again. Good for you, Liz Banana. Hailey, what kind of chocolate do you have? Do you have American chocolate with your base? Or is your chocolate different? It has to be something that you've never known the difference by. No, yeah. Although in the UK, they've dropped the chocolate count, haven't they, Queen? The percentage of chocolate, so. They'd milk her. Okay. Okay. It's kind of funny, Hailey. You export it and then they give it back. No, Queen, really? That's it then. Hailey! I'm thinking that. If you grow it. Damn. Your local chocolate must be good. Remixed it and repackaged it and have it back. I don't know the difference either. That's the thing, Wild. So the weird thing is like Cadbury's had to change their recipe to sell it in the US. So that's why I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I don't think you can really trust even the ones that well, Rise of Tomb, I haven't updated it. Yeah. I don't think you can really even trust the ones that are sold there. Stronger than most brand. No, this is the rip-off brand. Lindt. Lindt's quite rich and creamy though, isn't it? I feel like Lindt's very milky. So we require crap ingredients. There's something to do about with like how long it has to have, like as being able to like transport it or something weird. So it's got butyric acid in it. But because Europeans have never had chocolate with butyric acid in it, when we eat it, it's like, the way it tastes is like there's not enough chocolate in it to classify it as chocolate. That's how it tastes. It tastes like there's not, it tastes like a powdery, weakened version of chocolate. Like a very, very weak one. So it's strange. It just tastes like watered down Coca-Cola, but chocolate form. Dubai chocolate is still a hype here. Yeah, I've seen a lot of hype around that. Les banana. I was like, what on earth is vomit toast? Yeah. I had so many questions. Yeah. Me too. Yeah, the thing is though, like the beans on toast. Damn, I gotta defend it, you know. The beans on toast is good. It's real good, you know. French fries with Chinese food, which is the largest sin in the world. Yeah, they could. Yeah, they do. I see a lot of people going from a Chinese takeaway, buying a burger, filling it with French fries, and eating that. And I always thought, what an interesting thing. I mean, I get how it happened, but I still think what an interesting thing that we've ended up with. Yeah, and I used to have this one friend at the uni as well. She'd do that. She'd order it all and put it all in. And then she would squash the burger to be like a pancake and then eat that. And I remember just thinking, it's interesting. Elise is trying to dissect Dispatch to me, but she said that she's not playing anymore tonight, and I just don't believe her. To be fair to me. I thought the fries were on the menu because there were some people who don't like Chinese food, so it pleases everyone. I think the reason why chips are on the menu in Chinese restaurants, well, so basically it came down to like after the war, a lot of people would use what they had to build everything back up again, and so some people had to like sell certain things to still survive and use certain ingredients, which was how like we ended up with like Indian takeaway food not selling anything that actually like a vindaloo or like what was the other one, like a masala. Like they're not like what Indian people may classify as actual Indian food. It's just stuff that's been used and created with what they had available, and so that's just progressed over time and stayed. So that's how it happened, and that's why like Chinese food, like a Chinese takeaway, the standard one in the UK is not authentic. It's because it was made from what people had to survive after the war and to build back up again, and also was tailored to more like Western tastes so that they could survive with what they had, because they also had to like they didn't have as much food and imports and stuff. Oh my god, hi Elise. Leave me alone. Elise, look, in fairness, Les Banana specifically asked for a detailed journal article of your entire playthrough, and I denied that and was like, and I just gave summaries. Other there are chippies with Chinese menus. Yeah, but then it stops people from like then going somewhere else, doesn't it, if they sell chips as well? Because a lot of people in the UK want chips. I was literally sending you a text every 20 seconds. This is why it took me so long to get through all my shop orders. But think about it, Elise. Now you get to watch my episode 2 playthrough. Relive it. Actually, my first playthrough, all of my dispatching was really, really, really bad. It was so bad. I didn't really get what I was doing, and I tried to make everyone like really even. My second playthrough of Dispatch, like my dispatching was much better. By the way, there was a glitch that got updated, and every time I played Dispatch and did the dispatching, it said I performed better than 100% of all players. And I need you to know the glitch was that it was the opposite, and it was supposed to say 0. So is Dispatch the one with the love triangle? What doesn't have a love triangle anymore? Chinese chicken curry with chips though. Of course you had to get like a sweet and sour pork balls with rice on the side. Right, and like that's like a thing, right? So like, well, yeah. So that's what I get it. I wouldn't order that, but I get it. We thought you did fantastic. Thanks, chat. The devs are watching Mel's playthrough just like, why? Oh my god, that's happened to me so many times. When I've played something and then actually found out that the devs are watching and then made an absolute critical, mortifying error. Like, on the final boss being like, oh, sorry, we can increase the skill. We've got superpowers. Now craving chicken balls, but yeah. Like I wouldn't order it, but I also don't really order from Chinese takeaways because, unfortunately, oh, this is where the game crashed, didn't it? Because I get tummy ache. Like not crafting, yeah. I don't think my body can handle it. Yeah, that was the sad thing.
Don't shoot. I'm with Jacob. He told us to wait for you, but these bastards found us first.
Okay, anyway. So I used to eat quite a lot of like fast food, and then when... Oh, can you just pull harder? And then when... After a long time, it was quite a while, of eating fairly clean, if I eat like a KFC or like sometimes even a kebab, I get the worst stomach ache. It's so painful. So I kind of can't really eat it much anymore. It's an arrow. That's what someone would say if they were if they were trouble. You know what I mean? Can I have that back? It hurts to eat again. Really? Beef? Okay. Dairy milk did that to me. I stopped having it, and then when I have it, it makes me ill. Yeah, you can because you stop because you. Oh my god, my mind. Sorry. It's because you stop developing. You stop producing the enzyme that can break down lactose. Isn't it? That's why. So you can make yourself intolerant because your body's like, oh well, we don't need that anymore because you didn't eat it. Yeah, because it's the enzyme, isn't it? Yeah. Is it lac? Can't remember the name of the enzyme. Once it's gone, no, you can't get it back. Like people are like, you can grow it back. You can't. Like it, no. It's like wearing glasses. Like some people think when you wear glasses, it corrects your vision, and then you don't need to wear glasses for the next 4 days.
Quite piece it together.
That's not true. Once you've done your eyes in, they're done in. Think of it like an ankle. Yeah, like drinking milk is something that only benefits us greatly as kids. So apparently a moment in growth where the benefits are so minor. Totally fair, to be honest. That skull frightened me. Minecraft. Use it or lose it, yeah. At the moment, for me, if I eat dairy, I get a rash on my face, which is just fantastic. And it's very itchy and very uncomfortable, so I'm sure we can all understand. I don't like eating dairy anymore. Yeah, same, Queen! You mean there's a point where I can stop wearing glasses? I've been wearing them for 35. Why did you... Yeah, can't you just wear them for 2 days and you don't have to wear them for the next 3? Like, that's how it works. Genuinely, people think that, so... I don't know where they got that information from. I don't know why people think that, but they do. Did I come from this direction? I can't. I need to go through these games and have like a map that works like a Roomba. So it detects the area like Batman with his special contact lenses. If I come from there with his special scanning contact lenses, and then I can go through it like a Roomba and then know where I've been. Can you throw your glow stick? I don't think so, but I haven't tried. Quite honestly, I don't really want to, because what if I get stuck in the dark? If I keep wearing my glasses, then my vision will correct itself. Yeah, no. No. People think that's worse. I think opticians are to blame. That's crazy. The one I don't know, and maybe you guys can verify if you want to, that's fine. The one I don't know about was my dad told me that somebody at work told him that when something happens and it's so loud that your ears ring, that's a sign you've done some permanent damage. When your ears are ringing afterwards, you've done some kind of permanent damage to them. And if you keep doing things, yeah, that's what yeah. And so apparently, like, you know, people who like go to concerts and stuff all the time. It makes sense, yeah. Do they think it's like correct? It's strange, isn't it? I don't know. I don't know why people tell. I mean, clearly they think. I mean, if opticians are telling people this, then they think it's right, but that's not true at all. There's no way. Liz Banana, can I just say, it just feels a little bit personal that you're saying that in this stream. There's someone here because I'm crouching. What's going on? According to my phone's hearing test, I can still... Yeah, but it's not that you can still hear okay, it's the fact that you do permanent damage, though, isn't it? Because, like, you'll still be able to hear, but the point is that your hearing isn't as good as it used to be, because you've damaged it. Yeah, like a scar, and then with enough scarring, like... Also, like, you go into concerts and stuff, right? Are you stood next to the speakers? Are you see what I mean? Like, that sort of stuff. Like, we have to be kind of, like, fair about how we see it. But, yeah, I think that's one of the... My friend at uni, oh, my God, it was horrendous. He was drunk on a night out. Why are we crouching? There's someone here and I don't know where they are. It was a night out, and he was really, really, really drunk. And he fell asleep leaning against the speaker. Genuinely leaning against the speaker, completely passed out. The next day, I don't know how he got home. I genuinely don't know. The next day you could see his eardrum out. It's swollen. And he had to wear like a whole thing over it for months. And after that, like, his doctor was basically like, you have to wear like earplugs in your ears, especially this one side, for the next few years because it's so sensitive. Like, he had really, really screwed himself over. Show yourself! Like, where are they? Oh, she stopped crouching now. Oh, she's over it. Alright, me too, gal. Channel that can help transmit sound. With enough exposure, you can damage. So the hairs are important. On like there's a specific type of hair. A lot of people also think they have bad hearing, but they've just been using Q-tips in their ears, and their hearing is fine, but they just have years of cotton in their ears. Damn. Used to tell each other to stay away from the speakers because of stuff like that. Yeah. Is that like a bear or something? What's that noise? That's why I go to the shows when I have the earplugs. Yeah, fair. And making a little wall of blockage. I really want to try. Have I been here? I feel like I've been here. I don't know. I really want to try. You know when you go to, when they like clear out, they do like a melt thing in your ear. I think that would be so nice to just like, it sounds nice. I think I've been here. Sorry, it's my stomach. Bye, Dimitri. I want to do that so... Yeah, it looks good, doesn't it? The way feet are gross to people. I used to get loads of ear infections as a kid. Now I hate the ear stuff. Yeah, I don't really like ears. I don't like anyone like touching my ears. I don't know. I just feel like they're really, really sensitive as well. That looks like something... Okay. Spa day, me, you, Les Banana. Yeah, let's just go. Oh, please. Let me just ride down here and poison myself. Who else just shouting? I had to do one of those ear baths as a kid because, oh my god, Hailey! Vitani, thank you so much. I started playing Lara and I started with the one you recommended, but girl, let me tell you, when those jaguars popped out of nowhere, I don't think I've ever jumped as high. And I own over, oh my god! Vitani! It's so real though, isn't it? Can you see why I freak out when I play this game?
They're not Russian. Warning, maybe?
Who needs the ladder? I was not prepared. Yeah, no, for real. I think the thing is, do you know what I think it is, Vitani? The game feels safe. And then that happens and you realise, Jesus Christ, my good God, what the hell is happening?
Abandoned in a hurry.
It's not safe here.
Let's find something down there.
Hey, Mez, how are you?
There's water down below. Sounds like a great volume.
Yeah, you think you're just kind of like going around exploring, have a great time.
And there's the
No.
plate. This was likely an official coin.
Screen. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Okay, so you're playing Tomb Raider Legend, I believe, right? Legend. And if you've got the Jaguars, are you in the room that's got the like seesaw and the big door? Is that like where you saw them and etc.? Oh, I tilted that camera wrong, really badly. Or was it? Oh, were they earlier? Yeah, you know what I mean. The like thingy.
The metal workers of the city started to develop their own style.
God, I can't remember it. And there's like three boxes to put three buttons to put boxes on. So there's one before that, but yeah, then yeah, got you. Yeah, fair, because it looks safe. That looks like there's disease in that water.
That's got to be part of the works.
Let's find out, shall we? Hell yeah!
Here we go.
As a seesaw. Oh my god, that'll kill me if I... Oh my god! Okay. Ah! Whoa. Around data centers. Oh my god, Mez. Also, one of you lot, because fair, one of you lot made us laugh so much because on one of the giveaway forms, where it says country, one of you lot wrote USA and then put a sad face. Like, how did they get in there? Game logic. I'm like, but like, if they got in there, fine, but like, how have they stayed there? They've been there this whole time? Feel that?
Water's eroding everything. At this rate, there won't be much left in a few decades.
Oh no, I remember this one. This one confused me. Oh no. I was in this one for hours last time. I remember because I kept going around in circles thinking like, I remember this. And do you know what? Do you know what's worse? Oh no. Do you know what's so much worse about this one, Punisher? Is the reason why I hate this tomb is because I remember I told you I was doing the permadeath run. I got distracted on because if I'm doing the permadeath run, I shouldn't really be, because I should just do the main story. I got distracted and I went in here and died. And I was like, so upset. I think I just quit the game and I didn't touch it again. This actually might be that might have been the last time I played it. Oh, I was so sad. There's no words to describe. I felt I know. Like, there was so many feelings. This was the team that I've come back to avenge myself. Yeah, I was so mad. Because it's optional as well, and I chose to climb in here, and I was so mad. Kyle, that's so generous of you. Thank you so much. You guys have all been so extremely generous. Thank you so much. Honestly, the stuff that you guys have been spending recently is unbelievable. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm so here for vengeance. Are you enjoying it so far, Vitani? I think you mentioned that you might have been, but I can't remember, sorry. I've been told I have to move for like 5 months now. Sold software and stuff. We've been living out of boxes ready to go. So this is one that I may not be moved. Michael, I'm so sorry that that's happened, because that is absolutely infuriating to hear, given everything that you've been doing to prep for that. Fair to be very frustrated. I am. I think it's a good one to start with, and I love the voice acting. Yeah, she's fun. She's fun, I think. She's very, very fun, isn't she? I mean, I know it's my recommendation, but I also think it's a good one to start. Yeah. There's certain things that, like, that's it. We'll have to, like, there's a shutdown again on the 30th, so it's probably going to get worse. Forgive me, Michael, and absolutely be like, I'd rather not. What kind of industry do you work in? Please don't tell me, like, what you actually do if you don't want to or anything, but, like, what kind of industry is it? it drains. Oh, look, it touches that. Okay, so we have to put the thing on there. I'm remembering this too now. Avenge me. Highly. Join me. The flashbacks. I thought that was gonna fall off. Yeah, this thing, that's what reminded me. I make sure stuff is made right before it gets to where it needs to go. Okay, like quality control and such. Okay. Nice way to describe it. Oh no. Yay!
You should be able to swing through now.
My arrows feel stronger now. Okay, not that I want everyone to feel a little bit sick, but I'm feeling it, so you should all too. Can you imagine she's swimming through this? So like when you swim, sometimes water goes in your mouth. And she's found stuff from the Byzantine era. Byzantine, which could be anywhere between 330 AD to 1453. So let's assume that this is like 1400s. Isn't that just awful? They're just built different. We have to sample Laura's blood to make vaccines, okay? That's what it is. When they're like, we need a new vaccine, they're like, come here. She has to do a lot of donations.
This should be more than enough.
Oh damn, I thought there was a wheel on that. Yeah. She's got poison tolerance, she's fine. Okay, interest. Maybe we go back over here then. Does that change anything? Oh no. Well, I need to blow that up somehow, so let's go see if we can get one of those canister things. Oh, yeah. Right, exactly, Punisher! We all thought that was going to roll off the other side. We all thought it was. The bacteria makes it tastier, like a juice. God, do you know it's doing it on purpose to me. Go on. Did one fall off? In there! Hell yeah.
Yes, it worked.
Okay. Thank God someone left these sort of oil canisters. After all these years, that's really considerate. That's banana. New year, new brick. Oh, my 3D printer finished the thing. Do it again.
It's an ancient manuscript on the gifts of the earth.
Yay. Didn't die. Yeah, they're really cool. Wrong way, I think. Wrong way. Oh, no, I think that's fine. Chat, I think letting you know that Yanks will finish work within the next 20 minutes and he's going to come in here and he's going to stare at me with the stare emote or put a frustrated emote as a joke to be like, why are you streaming on the day off? I'm just putting in a prediction because funnily enough what tends to happen now with you regulars is I start learning your work schedules. Sugar! Yeah, they just start noticing. Like Kings goes to bed every day around 11:20 p.m. At around 12 a.m.-ish time, a bunch of the Europeans go to bed. I can tell. Joke's on you, I work from home, so does Yanks. Wish I could work from home. Get like a mop with a really long handle.
The Prophet was persecuted, and so were his followers.
Now can translate level 3 Greek. Chat, we're smart. Chat, I was looking on, I was watching this video today about how much dog walkers make in New York. For a 30-minute walk, you can expect to pay anywhere between $20 and $30. No, just a temporary solution. Yeah, I know, Billy. Isn't that crazy? Working towards working from home. You're nearly there. Are you currently like searching at the moment, Jacoby, or are you waiting in for something? Because the job market at the moment's really rough, isn't it? Oh, have I done that one? I think I've done that one. I'm moving. Interesting. Yeah, dog walking is becoming a thing in London as well. You'll get paid to walk a dog, and I walk mine for free. Yeah, dog walking is a massive thing now because people in the pandemic bought dogs, and then went back to went back to work, and now their dogs need to be walked like during the day, so they pay someone. And like the trick is, if you understand how to like walk dogs in a pack, what they were saying was like, because if it's 25, if it's say, okay, so let's take an average, $25 for a 30-minute walk. If you can manage to get all of your dog walks from like the same kind of like small area, yeah, then you walk like some people walk like 4 to 6 dogs in one go as like one walk, and then they drop them all back off again and then go somewhere else and go get some other dogs. I know loads of people, there's a bunch that go past my house every day, and good lord, you can hear it. Yeah, where they like walk packs of dogs, yeah. You'd see the dog walkers because they had like 10 dogs, yeah. Some expand their business to dog sitting for long days, and if certified, then they can help with dog medication. Really? Honestly, you know how I was saying to you lot, like, I think I would, if I had to go do like a normal job, I'd want to do something which is like, you just go for walks, like something that's not heavy thinking, or, because, do you know what I mean? Like something that's not brutal. I don't really want to do, I'm not saying I don't want to think anymore, but I don't want to do something stressful. And I appreciate walking other people's dogs and getting into, I appreciate that, but you are kind of like, you know, going for walks during the day, and I think that would be nice. But like organizing and scheduling, I think would be the most difficult part once you've got your, like, while you're setting up your client base. But damn, I was like, that's a lot. That is a lot. Yeah, like just vibes. Yeah, just stuff like that. I think it would be good. Like people who like, I think that's sometimes about some gardeners when they like tend to gardens and stuff. I just think that sounds like quite a nice. I'm looking forward to the spring when I can tend to like do some gardening again. But yeah, I think that would just be like, that's what I'd want to do. Like my dad was is like hoping to get this job at the local hospital where like you just cut the grass part-time. And I was just like, yeah, like that just sounds like you're like, because there's quite a lot of like field space, so you'd have to, you know, do it quite regularly. But like I was like, yeah, honestly, that sounds quite nice. Just to be like, that's what you focus on, is like level of stress relative for real. Some stuff makes your brain just want out. Yeah, and like while I'm not saying like, and I know you guys don't think that, I'm not saying like, oh, I don't want to ever think again. But like certain things, it's like, oh, it's just not really a big deal, is it? Like, sounds relaxing. Yeah, I think it'd just be fine. You're looking out for it, but also trying to get into creating, because I've really struggled for a while now and was doing it as part-time and took a break there. It is tricky. Sometimes it's tricky like once you stop and then you can't like start again. Like you get out of the flow. I find that sometimes. That's another reason why sometimes I don't really stop. Because once I'm in the flow, it's like, hell yeah. Can I not do? Oh no, it's fine. Got that. All our lives would be just easy if that were the case. Oh, I'm sorry, Carl. I've missed your message. Let me just make my chat a bit smaller. I've lost my mouse. Chat, I haven't had static, so just letting you know. I'm genuinely impressed with people who can walk that many dogs. I agree with you, Vitani, because it sounds like a lot to me. I mean, I've never had a dog and I don't own a dog, so for me it would be like, I think, I'm not at all catered towards doing that at all, but I think it's pretty cool.
Chasing what I thought.
I mean, it's nice I don't really have to think, I just wish other people would think. Yeah! Yeah, that's fair. Dog walking at Papa is exhausting too. You have to manage the dogs on top of that. You're walking forever on your feet all day. Honestly, while I think the organising and that is, to me, would be the most exhausting part. But the walking all the time, I think I'd kind of like it, you know?
Someone scratched something below. Directions to something.
It feels like I don't have to think. The travel is just the real tough part. How long do you have to travel for?
More propaganda.
I've moved roles in my company. I'm not sure there's a salary that can convince me to go back to my previous role. I just prefer the happiness. Yes, okay, that's another thing though, isn't it? Because Ghost and I were talking about, like, in some cases, you kind of get to a point where you think like, Jesus, you're strong, aren't you? You couldn't open that door earlier. Okay. I think there comes a point, because you've also got to consider, people will be like, oh my god, big salary, big salary, big salary, big salary.
Are you okay?
But then also, like, at some point you hit a tax bracket where you're going to be doing something much more stressful. You're not really going to make that much more money because it's all just going to go towards the tax. So in a way, at some points, you might as well just be like, no, I'm just going to stay where I am. Because we were kind of like, looking at that and being like, it doesn't actually make that much sense. You'd probably get like an extra like 150 for a year. For what? To be upset. I walk 2 dogs because it's exhausting just dealing with them, not to mention how far we walk. I think that would be the thing for me, Hulk, is that knowledge, like as an example, imagine if like the people that you had to give a walk to would be like 4 Dalmatians. But also, the dog walkers only do 30 minutes each. So you are like probably doing like more stuff for your dog, you know what I mean? Whereas like they're just...
Another sculpture. But this one looks like a game.
What, fix the static in the end? Rubbing it down with a microfiber cloth that was a bit damp.
These pieces look familiar.
I travelled about 75% of the time, did
I've seen
105
something like this
flights
before.
last year! Whoa. You also won't be allowed to have paid overtime. It'll be assumed as part of your salary. That was what made me cross about my last job. That looked like Tetris. Do you know what? I didn't even look at it. That's like in my work. They keep saying like, what do you want to do in your career? I always respond with turn up, what I'm doing right now, and then get paid and go home. Yeah, honestly, Matt, there definitely needs to be more people who understand that you're just there to earn some money before going home.
Comrades.
I think a lot of people are like, but you should take pride in what you... No, I just can't... Like, would you be doing that if they weren't paying you? Probably not. You've probably got like 1,000 other things that you'd rather be doing, really. I know I did. I keep hotel points, but don't get to keep the flight points, sadly. Well... guess it's something. That sounds pretty exhausting, though. Are they all flights within the country? Or are they flights where you can leave the country? Best 2 rate in my opinion. Hi, Pixel Chrissy, how are you doing? Pixel Chrissy, did you ever play the permadeath mode? I just passed the tomb that, like, finished me off in the last one. So, like, I'm a bit more calm about it now. I used to try and play it in like permadeath mode, and then there was this one team. I don't even know why I was doing. Well, I don't even know why I was in there. Well, I don't know why I was doing an optional team in permadeath mode when I hadn't completed it, and it killed me. And then I think I just put the game down and I didn't touch it again for a long time. I took it so personally. Yeah, I used to have Canada too, but gave that away. Did go to the Middle East, but then that stopped. Okay, cool. So yeah, so what has been like some interesting, like some further travel. I don't know why people are moving on about the new Tame Raid. It doesn't even look that different to me. Oh my god, Pixel Chrissy, you've seen it too. I deleted Twitter off my phone. They just annoy. I realised on my Twitter, all I could see was people being really annoyed, and I was like, I'm not even seeing anything nice, so I deleted it. I mean, I've still got my account, but like, I deleted it off my phone. Oh, I can't do it. Yeah, they're so... The thing is... Right. Oh my god! Kyle! Thank you very much for gifting to Pixel Chrissy. Thank you. Honestly, Pixel Chrissy, they're just never going to be happy. And ultimately, I was talking about this on stream a few days ago, because I clearly can't stop streaming. I was just kind of like... Regardless, though, it doesn't really matter, like... how her face looks, because I mean, I think you'd agree with me, Pixel Chrissy, because you're sane, that her face, she just looks a bit more mature. She just looks like she's just a bit older. Your face does change and it refines a little bit, but not too much. It just changes shape slightly. But the thing is, to me, is like, clearly the people who are complaining about how she looks in that way, they don't value anything about her personality. They don't value her courage. They don't value her bravery. They don't value her strength. They don't value the fact that she's inquisitive. They don't value the fact that she's smart. They don't value the fact that she's trying to be, I mean, in some of the games, more than others, a bit more, like, she's trying to set things straight. They don't value that she's trying to do the right thing. They just value how she looks, and I think we'd all agree that tells us a lot more about the person who's complaining than it does about Lara and the devs who made her. Someone in here made a really good point the other day when people are complaining about her chest size, which first of all, gross. But like, someone made a really good point. She's probably wearing a sports bra, because you can't tell me she's doing Olympic level gymnastics and she's not thought, do you know what? I should wear a compression top. Yeah, it's a bit more refined, isn't it? So, yeah, whatever. Aha! Molotov time! But they changed Kratos and the world went nuts. Oh, what? Because... They didn't because he's a guy? Shocking. Yeah, people are just being rubbish. And also, the... Watch me miss.
Alright, we'll get searching.
No! Oh, I completely missed at 9.
Let's do a sweep.
I'm gonna go. Oh, I missed the ladder. The other thing is, we were talking about it yesterday, I think. Damn! They saw my head. Ah! Hang on a minute, chat. I've just ballsed up the situation so... You! I've just ballsed this up so badly.
I'm taking fire.
Okay, everyone die. Oh, I joined myself. Okay, cool. Anyway, I ballsed that up really badly. What was I talking about? Sorry. Oh, can I do this now? I tripped. Okay, and that's that really, isn't it? What were we talking about? Oh yeah, the other thing that's been annoying me a lot more, Pixel Chrissy, is like, because hate is so easy to engage with and rage baity online. Sorry, Pixel Chrissy, I hope it doesn't sound like I'm giving you a lecture, by the way. We were just talking about this recently, and I thought I had too long to read what we've been talking about for you. The thing that kind of annoys me is like TikTok, YouTube, and Twitter now When you can earn money from having engagement on stuff, the easiest thing to do is make really hateful and like rage baity stuff. So I'm kind of like, I think a lot of the time people just do it because they get paid to do it.
You got debated. You got debated.
Thank you so much. There's been a problem since 2014. I agree with you. I just think it's getting worse. Maybe I wasn't clear about that part. I think these people I think the game just gave up on these people, by the way. I think it's just getting worse because it can. This looks dangerous. What are we doing here? Oh, okay. Sure. I deserve something for that. Oh, it's the last word, Punisher. I thought there was an issue with the game. No, the issue is with me. Yeah, people are just a bit... Well, look, honestly, I worry because sometimes I think when I say things... I hope it doesn't come across that I think I'm better than everyone else. Because genuinely I don't, and I think I've got a lot of things to learn, and I worry about that a lot. Probably a lot more than I should. But regardless, I just kind of find it like... I find it hard to comprehend that what you'd want to contribute to the internet and the world is such rage, is arguing. Like, why can't you just try and do something nice? But I guess in their mind they are doing something nice, because is everyone here dead apparently? Because where is everyone? Okay. Yeah, same. Punisher. Hi, today I'm wondering if everybody's still around. Yeah, honestly, they're really good to me, which I find like they've always been fairly decent, but I've only ever had like no. Let me be clear. No, every have been good to me by the specific drivers. The delivery people have been good to me in most cases. The people who have been terrible have been the actual distribution and like the sorting center. That's where everything for me has ever gone wrong. They just want to be pricks and get away with it, yeah. And I guess they are getting away with it. I do hear the new Tomb Raider has some areas where you can really have to jump and grab and swing in a sequence just the right way to get across though. I miss that kind of thing. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, maybe in like Legacy. Maybe, because you know how more games have added things like combat mode is more difficult, but exploration mode is easier. Maybe there's more like you could cater it a bit more.
Soviet military dog tags, standard issue. The name is Yuri Ravdonikas.
Bro, what the hell's this? Oh, it's a light. I was like, it's red! radioactive in here. Oh. And leaves that you, yeah. It would be interesting if they
Still
did.
work? Well, mostly. Looks like pitch blend.
The photo proof wasn't on my street, yeah. I had that recently with a different one. And I don't remember the name of it. But it was a different parcel company. And then I was really stressed out because it was a Tomb Raider thing. And then Ghost was an angel.
Down here?
And went down like other streets to find the house that matched the photo, and oh my god, I just, yeah. Short, easy read touches on how we tend to think our world outlook is how we think everybody else's is, when that's not the case. Reading that made me slightly less angry. Take a picture for you, sir. Thank you. Generally, people are sick and tired of pictures and reactionary online ads with something fun out of everything, Rebel Media, except books. Because, well, oh, do you know? Oh my god, Punisher. You don't know about Book Talk. Oh my god, chat. Do you know what? Every single time, gal, Punisher doesn't know about Book Talk. Punisher, long story short, they've invaded the book space. I'm sorry to tell you that you're wrong. I'm sorry that you've had to find out this way. Yeah, not joking. Is this sand? It looks like sand. Oh my god. What is that? Multiple addresses. Oh my god. That's so silly. I like the book. I've roughly it's roughly 100 pages, and that's including introduction and additional notes. That's really short. But in a way, that's quite good, isn't it? Because it's just short and sweet, straight to the point. Oh, DPS question. In the defense of his position. Interesting. Thank you, guys. I don't know either.
Hell of an entrance.
Kyle, thank you for giving the Megan, thank you! Chat, what did that mean? Do you know what that meant? Did that mean anything? It meant nothing to me. Whoa. Got you, Michael. Yeah, got you. Glitched out that way.
More artifacts. They must have broken through into an old passage. Got to see it for myself.
Did you just find? Oh! Oh my god, Toasty! I can't believe you just did that to me.
This flask belonged to a soldier in the Red Army. I don't recognize the insignia. It's still half full. I may need...
Why was there +1 and a picture of a dog? Did I put a picture of a dog in there?
There we are. Whatever they found, it's got to be in there.
Oh, I didn't realise this was optional. Stinky in here. Oh, I got you. Sorry, I thought you saw a dog
Mining tools,
in the mod chat or something.
makeshift weapons.
She doesn't know. Shut up, Toasty. Where did the cart go? Oh. Can I like throw it from the side, maybe? Damn, okay. Cargo where? Cargo boom. Loads of Molotovs. Let's see what we have to... Everything is falling around me!
A trigger mechanism.
Ah! Let's look in here first before we grab onto that, and because we could die.
There it is. So close. Got to find a way inside.
Mel's gonna start
Maybe
a
you're
dog
right.
walking business. God, can you imagine? I don't think I'd be very good, you know. I think I'd get stressed out looking after other people's dogs.
Yes, that's it. The water's blocked. Damn it. Got to find a way to block it for good.
Oh. sorry, Divinity. I thought that game wasn't out yet. I thought, because we saw that from the Game Awards. When did that come out? That's cool, Biscuit. Oh, I've been playing, oh, right, sorry, I didn't know there was another one. I was like, oh, wow, that came out quick. It was so confusing in the beginning, especially when you combine it with the holy and the cursed stuff. Do we expect Fable will be out this year? Oh, good question. Where can I tie this thing to?
Be a way to free another cart. Must be a way to free another cart.
Oh, I missed that.
Another mural. Be a way to free another cart.
There, can I? Oh my god, there. Okay. I'm in the end of the game and I'm still confused by curse. You know, times I've killed myself by drinking a health potion before a curse, or wasting a water spell on a cursed flame. That sounds confusing. So but how can you fix anything that's cursed, or is it just like you just can't tell what's going to happen because it's cursed? Strong root.
That did it. Now for a little fire.
Ah, my Molotov. You need to bite it. Hey! Did she say something? I've done something wrong. Oh, I didn't even light it on fire, chat! Whoa. Just, I know! It's like I just chucked a bottle of Jack Daniels at. I've confused myself. She did say, she said now for a bit of fire, but now it's. But it's still raining. Wait. Wait, I try again. Where? Okay, so I haven't done the cart yet. Hi, Purple Stars. How are you? Double confused. I didn't know you gamed. I do. I usually only game on a Friday. But I don't normally stream on a Monday. I'm doing a bonus stream. I just want to play some Tomb Raider. I will be going on holiday this week. And then I'll be gone for a while. So I wanted to just do some extra fun gaming streams while I could. Normally.
That did it. Now frozen fire.
Okay. Was I on some time limit or did that glitch out? I think that glitched out, you know, chat. Anything exciting for vacation? Yes. I'm going to be going away for like 3.5 weeks to Hong Kong and Malaysia. Like a streamathon, yeah, I think it glitched out because I was like, there's no way. Because I can't, there's no other card.
It's an ancient codex. A philosophical argument on the virtue of awareness. Looks like they dragged it out of here. So much damage between the amateur excavation and the cave-in. But it must be connected to the Prophet. This shaft must have been where they first broke through. Should lead out as well.
Do either of you speak Malay? No. No, it's just going to be a nice holiday. Look, exploring somewhere new. Trying new foods. And just enjoying beach, etc. Tough life. Yeah, it could be worse. So I think it will be nice. I'm looking forward to it. I mean, when it was kind of pointed out that like in all these years I haven't really taken a long enough break, then I would kind of realise like that's pretty bad. Good night, Toasty. Thanks for spending some time here today. Have a good day at work tomorrow, I hope. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. No work tomorrow. Oh, good. Ooh, Bangkok. Oh, I think you mentioned that actually. Or somebody mentioned something. Oh, no, I don't know if you did. I think I heard something on the radio about Scotland. Ignore me. Ignore me. It's fine. gonna go get my dinner, chat. Chat, I got curry with rice. D Thomas, thank you so much. That's right. Theo, thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. How are you doing today, Thomas? Are you having a good day? Okay, I want to do some main story now. Where am I going? This way. Woo! God, I would never. I would never. Are you able to have a nice chill day on your day off? Or do you have to do like loads of admin? Like live admin! Because I used to find that really hard when I would be like doing office work and all of my life admin had to be done on my weekend. I felt like I never got any time. My life was just working. That's nice. Oh, Hailey, you know full well. Like, there's just no way. There's no way. The way the arrow would fall out. There's no way. Oh. And that's on Growth Biscuit.
The Soviet intel. This is where they broke through into the Romans. Any sign of the escaped prisoners?
Not sure. Can't really see.
Just push him. Oh. Oh God. Bloody hell. I mean, she really could have just pushed him. she went all out. She could have pushed that guy, I think. Oh. Oh.
There she is. Open fire. I'm on it. Give me cover, he's
Bro, if you hadn't moved, that would have been a headshot. So I.
Light her up. Back me up. Suppressing fire. Give me suppressing fire. Now.
Oh my God, I think I shot him in the mouth.
Throwing a grenade.
Yanks! Thank you very much for the sub.
Under fire. I got a hit. Man down.
Hi, Yanks.
Light her up.
How are you?
Fire in the hole. We're losing this.
Oh! Oh, you know what? I was really optimistic. I thought I could tank that. I don't know why.
There she is. Open fire.
Oh, come on!
On her six. Grenade. Stand down. Keep her down. We're getting torn apart.
Good, thank you, Yanks. How was work today? I forgot to light it again, chat. Oh, there you are. But sometimes I feel like the January when you come back, everyone doesn't really feel like on point, you know what I mean? I think everyone feels kind of rough. Which sometimes is a bit sad. Are you getting up again? Oh, the wind. Oh, this guy fell through the floor. Yeah, I really thought I'd survive. Oh. I came here to loot them. Right. He's gone. I'm sorry, Michael. It's come up with
The
3
Red
asterisks,
Army
but I think I know what you're trying to post. I been here? Yeah, I have. Queen is back. Yeah. Queen, what did you have for dinner today? I hope it wasn't cheese and crackers. In fairness,
It's not
I was
nukes.
wrong.
Creepy-looking guy with a scarred face named Constantine gave us a big speech, talked about destiny.
Well done, Queen.
Lara, are you there? I'm pinned down, Lara. You need to get out.
Jacob! Shit.
We're looking for. God willing, that'd be too easy. Let me see that activity log.
Oh, Queen, I've had one of those, like,
Manifest says the Soviet.
vegetable bags before. They're really nice and they're really convenient. I used to get them from
Just get the torch. On it.
Okay, the rest of you. don't
Tesco.
touch anything. Catalog whatever artifacts you find.
Discounted.
This came out of the mine.
I'm not using Stare.
Say they shut down operations as soon as they found the.
Look, I'm not saying I'm disappointed, but I will say I was expecting to be heavily judged. So in a weird way, I'm confused, but forward slash kind of relieved.
I think.
Heads up! Incoming!
Jumping. I recall jumping when the voices randomly cut into the walkie. Who? Who? What? Where? I love the frozen veggie mixes. They do make things a lot easier, don't they? Especially because I think if you're cooking for one person, it's difficult to gauge how to cook, how much to cook. Sometimes I always think it's easier to cook for two people. Yeah. And I know you can eat it the next day, but in general, it's just tricky. Maybe I won't. Do you know what's really funny is you all knew, and even today I was like, maybe I won't. And then it was Ghost who was like, you should.
Just you and me.
I'm shooting through a corner.
Flush her out.
I just want them to know what periods feel like. I thought you were all dead. Do not do that. Rose wanted to get some Apex in before the trip. Oh my god, you know what? You might be right. I think it's because I've taken it out of it. Well, I mean, not me. Honestly, you lot. I think you guys ruined him with the amount of shop orders that came through. That's all he's been doing since Saturday. There's still time to order. Do you know I can't remember whose card it was. I wrote congrats instead of congratulations. And then I wrote like I'm so sorry. And then I felt bad. So I wrote, this is the 80th card I've signed today. I'm so sorry. Yes sir, shoot the wall. Because we did all the giveaways. Oh, you're still alive? Fire in the Fire in the in the butt. We did all the giveaways, we did all the shop orders, everything today. I got the 35 letter congratulations. Didn't I also get your name wrong and just called you someone else by accident? That'd be hilarious because I have no idea who, I don't know who got it. That's so funny, Rudolph. Oh, that's what she looks like. Here I am. The people at the nail salon today were flattering me way too much. I know they want my money, but Jesus Christ. It was like to the point where like I felt bad for the customers. They couldn't believe apparently how young I look, to the point that they started questioning my diet. Oh no!
I have visual confirmation.
Kill her.
Yes, sir. Man out. We have her surrounded. She's reloading. She's slain. You're dead. He's dead. Now she's reloading.
Shoot speed!
Position.
Shoot speed!
Let's finish it.
Wait, not you just seeing what's just happened and coming down. Shoot in the kneecaps. A ghost feeds me. The message card lore is hilarious sometimes. Like Theo's book ones and the ones who did. I always, if it goes to my moderators, I fight it. Oh, a Polaroid album. That's a good idea. Everything's on fire in my shopping. Keep them all. Do you know? I was looking online. What's the best way to look after like cards? When I say cards, I mean like Christmas cards or birthday cards. Because sometimes they. Woo! Thanks, Jacob. They're quite sentimental, but they're kind of a bit annoying. And the best way, because Theo, maybe this will help. I mean, I'm not suggesting you definitely do it, obviously. The best way I found was to take a hole puncher, punch that through the cards, and then tie a ribbon through it like it's its own book. And then every time you get another one, just hole punch it and then retie, and then like thread it through the ribbon and then just tie it in a bow again. And do you know what? It's been really good for space saving because now I just put them all on the bookshelf. I really like doing it.
Come on.
Like greetings cards. Because I'm sure some of us have received greetings cards from people who have passed away. And I want to keep them, but I felt like I just didn't know what to do with them and they just like sit in a drawer. Yeah, so just hole punch them. Because the good thing about that, you don't need to buy anything.
Come on.
Huh?
Better get moving.
You talking to me? Is that you don't need to buy anything, you can just do that now.
This path will take us all the way through the mountain. My people used these ways until the Soviets arrived and began digging.
What did they find down here?
That was
Enough
quite
to
nice,
make them
Hunter.
curious.
When we play
They
Shadow,
use machines and explosives
you
to
can
dig
decide if
deeper,
you like it after play.
did quite a lot of damage. Many of the old paths collapsed, but it's safe now. Or it used to be.
That
That's
doesn't
nice,
sound
Kyle.
good.
Trinity must have found the old mining equipment. They're trying to finish what the Soviets started.
And there's no other way through.
I'm afraid not. Not anymore. This complicates things.
What's the problem? Behind schedule.
Hold on! The wires here are corroded, but I think I can bypass it. Almost ready.
They're gonna bring the whole place down.
The Soviets destroyed much of the old paths. Those machines were not...
Likely. Oh no!
Jacob, are you there? Can you hear me? This is bad.
Hold on. I think I can...
That's cute, Queen.
Okay. I can get power to that console.
No, we're not.
I think scrapbooking is really useful because you can just keep loads of stuff and they just glue them in.
I know. Just...
Like,
let me
I don't know about
try
you guys, but
something
sometimes if I've been on holiday, I'll keep train tickets and stuff.
Damn it. The elevator's jammed. Track looks rusted through. Okay, spread out. Find something to pry it loose.
On it.
No! Do not come here. Oh my god. Turn around! what I'll do with those now though. That's what I do. Sorry, Queen. That's what I mean. It's like I get I've got a scrapbook, and then I put photos in every so often. But I also will just glue things like a flight ticket, and I'll write something next to it, a train ticket, and or like a map, and I'll glue like part of the map in so I could unfold it still. And then I just keep it all in a book, and then it's all in one place, and then I just leave that on the
Now what?
leave it on the bookshelf. Because that would be weird. I'm fond of the memories, but I don't know. I would scrapbook the ones for family and friends. I'm not sure about the ones to see my ex, because that would be weird. I'm fond of the... yeah, okay. Could you... okay. Sorry, I feel like this has turned into a group project. Could you, at the back of the scrapbook, just put in like an envelope, and then stuff that you want to keep but you kind of don't want to like display in the scrapbook, just put in like an envelope at the back? So if you wanted to, you could like label it and be like, I don't know, Robert. And then so you know if in case one day you decide, I will remove that now. Or if you want to be like, oh yeah. Let's get out the glue and the glitter. It's time to get out the glitter PVA. So yeah, you just put that back and then just stuff them all in so you don't have to like actually work on it. You know what I mean? Maybe that would be better so you don't see it. Yeah, that's what I did with a bunch of Ghost's old ski passes, his ski lift passes. I don't think he really wanted them on display, so I just stuck an envelope in them and shoved them all in.
This should come in handy.
That's nice, Biscuit. Stuff like that. I know it sounds silly, but like, where do you put that in your house? I've had boxes of like stuff and things, and I don't mind, but I also realised, where do I put this box? Because now I live a much more minimal lifestyle. I just came to the conclusion of like, I don't know where to put anything. So I tried to find ways that I could put everything on a bookshelf and like scrapbook or do little things that way. You guys know what I'm like about messy things. I don't like it.
At your earliest convenience, please acknowledge these communiques. We have received no direct...
Could this be part of the Lost City? Too close. Separated again. I just hope Jacob's still alive. I don't know exactly where I am.
Yeah, fair. That sounds like it'd be quite nice.
Rapidly becoming the story of my life.
A nice project.
I'm fighting to survive, yet strangely, I feel hopeful. There are incredible ruins all around me. This must be part of the Prophet's lost city. But how much more is true? The divine source.
Poor Laura, she really tries to talk to me during these moments, and I'm like, yeah, okay, upgraded skill, yeah, okay, change of outfit. Did you, Eileen? I think the game was being a bit too nice to me to warn me. I think to be honest, I think I should have died from that one.
These ruins are incredible. Oh no.
Looks like Anna was right about the Lost City. The source has to be somewhere down here.
Looks like it was put up in a hurry. I can feel air coming from the other side. Let's see if I can break through. Might be another way out. Here.
Shit, I don't know. Well, what's the plan?
No one on the other end but Stan.
Over there!
Is there anyone else here? No. Yes.
Yeah, not looking forward to that. Saw those Soviet corpses on the way in.
I feel stronger now.
The sooner we get out of here, the better.
Where's the other guy? Oh, through here? Oh! Oh, there's loads of them.
Nothing on the radio.
No.
Oh!
There's tons of rock and ice in the way. If we're lucky, we might get a few minutes of static and assume we're still alive.
So,
Oh my god! They're like
All the more reason.
multiplying!
Right there! I'm on it! Moving into position! We got a man down! Grenade out! Keep her down! Covering fire! I'm under fire!
Sponge!
Get clear! Come on! Let's end it!
Where am I getting shot from? Is that a turret? Because it looks to me like... I thought it was a light bulb. Is that a light bulb? I'm so confused. Okay, well, whatever. Everyone's dead. Duck and weave! Duck and weave! Where? How's the printer? That's alright. More icicles. I kind of want to print different shaped icicles now. I'm bored of looking at this icicle. You know what, Yanks? I don't know because I haven't counted, but I just know. Lots. That's all I know. I need a lot. And that's it for maths with me today. Good night,
we now have the equipment
Vitani.
in place within the main cavern. We intend to gain access to some kind of temple, even if we have to rip down its ancient doors to do so.
Bye, Kyle. I haven't seen Zero yet. I guess his migraine's pretty bad. Hope he feels better soon.
Comrades, it is imperative that you respond to my communique. We are now in dire need.
Someone tried to get through this door before.
I don't know about you, Gal, but I really wouldn't be doing this. If there's one thing I wouldn't do, it's this. Yeah, it's really convenient. Let's save the car. Someone paid a lot of money for that. Let's save it. Oh. I'm here but out of it. Oh, bless you. Do you still have a migraine? You might want to turn the volume down if you do. It's gone now. Oh, that's good. I mean, maybe you managed to get the rest just in time. Masking tape to paint that has started on some minis. Mostly working at a little bleed, but I'm also just sponged on some chip paint and in the textured paint, brush dry. Yeah. That's, and I know this is going to sound really obvious, but I think that's one of the things genuinely when you start working with like traditional art is like learning how to cover up a mistake or how to just make something make do. That is fine. And like you learn what you can get away with. Zero. Not that it's exactly the same at all, obviously, but it's like, you know, when I have my endometriosis, if I manage to like figure out what's going on early enough, Gal, can you not? And I go to sleep, like it's.
She's there by the mirror.
Ah! Then it's like you manage to solve it almost.
Taking casualties. Back me up! Come on, let's end this.
Look out, this light!
Give me suppressing fire now! Under fire! Taking casualties! Under fire! Moving into cover!
Stop this! Stop this! Stop this! Is he dead? Okay. No, the North has a cameo in it, yeah. It's only a little, it's only a tiny thing, but yeah, it's quite big. I mean, I thought it was pretty funny. Honestly, I thought I was retrieving
Now
the
this
car.
makes sense. If I follow these directions... Gold sword hilt inlaid with jewels. This belonged to a Byzantine noble.
Oh. This game is helping me out a lot. It's like, whoa there. Couldn't be you, Hailey. Byzantine, yeah. The Byzantine Empire, 330 AD till 1453 AD. I have it up on here to the side because I was looking at the dates because she mentioned something about Byzantine. Oh, hell yeah. Nice work,
it is
Queen.
Clear to me
And
now
what were you
that our
saying?
communication.
Were you saying Byzantine? Byzantine. Everyone knows about me. My popularity is unmatched. I'm not ready. Ah. God, leave me alone. Shoot me the feet. Take his feet out. How many more of you are there? Stop behaving like this! Was I wrong in every syllable? Flush her out! God, will you give it a rest? See, I know. Oh, we're back here. I've done a circle. Ah. Byzantine. For once, I pronounced something correctly and you guys haven't.
This shows the prophet teaching in Constantinople.
This is the only one I'll get, so I'm just going to enjoy it. I'm going to savor the moment. Byzantine. The Croft Sagas. Is Tyne said like Tyne in any language beside English? Let's Nana, I'm gonna need a bit more help. Do you know what I'd really like to do? I'd really like to have a ladder put up somewhere safe. And I just want to see if I could practice like running up the ladder. Because when in games, when you can like be really quick up ladders, so again another thing like we wouldn't be doing. I just want to see what that's like. Trying to like run up a ladder. What are we doing here, girl? Like, in so many other languages besides English, I'm curious. Oh, sorry, like, so many other languages pronounce vowels normally, but English is like, nah. No, that's my thing as well, like, English, we just make up rules, we just pretend. Everything's a lie. When you're on a treadmill, try crouch running and you'll have a whole new respect for the characters. Oh my god, okay, also, two other things. When next time you're in the woods, oh, that's difficult for you in New York, isn't it? Anyway, next time you're in the woods, just try and walk really quietly without making any noises. No noises whatsoever. Nothing. And just like not trying to stamp on it, like not trying to like on a tree branch or anything. It's so hard to just walk so quietly. I sometimes play that game. Trees exist in New York, I promise. You said in the state, yeah, but the state, but to me New York is simply Manhattan. Central Park, yeah, but like that's not like the woods, you know what I mean? All other nations do not acknowledge. You say New York and I'm like, awesome city. Anything, no. Like rich people in Queens live in the forest. I've been to Queens. And I would never believe you that there's a forest there. Oh, actually, I didn't go to the rich place, so clearly did I? Doesn't matter, I just realised my point. Do you want me to blow your mind? Okay, yeah, but only if I can also try and blow your mind too. But mine's not as good.
From the deserts of Syria.
General chat's open.
Valley and built a great
Welsh is interesting. Have like 3 letters for an E sound. I, U, and Y. Wow.
To protect the city and its people, the Prophet raised an army of warriors. But what is this showing?
No.
It's not the divine force holding. Something else, but what? And his warriors forged for him an atlas, that the Prophet might always know his city and its secrets. A map of the city. It could show the way to the divine source.
I know this is like not fair, but like it doesn't look like Queens. But I think this goes back to what Kyle was saying the other day. I'm like, what? The way that like some places are portrayed in media, and the example he gave was LA, makes people think, like for instance, okay, he was saying that the way LA is portrayed makes it seem like LA is a really, really, really rich place, and like everything is like Hollywood. It just looks like Hollywood, but it's got so much poverty, and I think that's a really good point, because when I think of LA, before I went to LA, and if someone described to me LA, I literally thought Hollywood as a giant, giant strip, which was basically in my mind, now I've been there, was like La Brea. And then like Beverly Hills, but like the houses, and I just assumed that's what it looked like, because of like everything I'd ever seen. So I wonder if it's as well like people like me who doesn't like, I've been to New York, but obviously I haven't been everywhere. I've been to quite a lot of places in New York because I've got family in New York. So I think I've been to quite a few more places than others. However, I obviously don't live there, so it's not me being like, what streets New York is
damaged, the artistry is stunning.
Not at all like that. But yeah, I guess because like you just get a picture in your head of it, don't you? LA is some of the poorest. Yeah, and like I genuinely would until I started like conversing with you lot, I wouldn't have thought that. I would just been like, but it's Hollywood. The swimming in this one stresses me out. It's very, very, very stressful. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, that's how I think that's a good point of like the way that it's been depicted. That's some unreal shade. Yeah, fair, fair. Yeah, the swimming. Oh my god, because she like holds her breath like I do, where I get the idea that I can swim like Lara, and then I go swimming and borderline drown. I can do that. Okay. Yeah, things like with nature, it's reserved for the rich people to live in, not normal folks. That's sad though, isn't it? That's really sad. Okay, like Les Banana. I hope I haven't told you this one before, but like, okay, so like zoos. Yeah, think about zoos, yeah? Those like penguins in those zoos have so much more like understanding of the world because they can see things like sharks and giraffes. But in the world, like, giraffes and penguins don't know each other exist. They just don't know about each other. But zoos introduce them. And that's why gorillas would know a penguin exists if they see one. Like, sharks might see something like a panda in a zoo, and they'll probably think, what is that? But like in the wild, a shark would never see a panda. They don't know where each other exist. Sharks don't know about lions.
Stop right there. Easy.
Tigers don't know what a jellyfish is.
You know,
actually, maybe some of them do. But like tigers don't know about like polar bears. They just don't know.
Where is he now? We were together, but we got separated in the mines.
One of my cousins lives near Silicon Valley.
No.
Is that
Jacob
in LA? And I've probably said this before. The street is crazy because you have poor side of the street and the rich side. My cousin was in the poor side. His house is like small. 4 of his size houses combined inside the rich person's house.
Enough.
Father.
How the hell did he make it out? Oh, it's in San Francisco. Thank you. Did you know camels aren't native to Australia, but they're just so scary? They just decided, yeah, we can survive here, and then they were brought there from the North Africa. we can handle it.
What did you find out?
Which makes things like ligers and tigers.
We must prepare.
Her.
She's a friend. On my word, no harm will come to her.
These ruins. They must be near the Prophet's lost city.
Can you imagine a snake, like,
We
seeing
don't have much time.
a penguin
Prepare
and
the
being
weapon
like,
stores.
the
Secure
hell's
batteries.
that?
Go.
And the penguin equally looking at the snake like,
They're almost here.
bruh.
We're outnumbered.
What is that?
Are vulnerable.
Go. Get them into the catacombs.
Can I, like, what are you? Like, they have no understanding. They can't talk to each other. They've only just seen each other through, like, glimpses of glass and, like, being, like, moved around.
Sophia, muster our fighters. Then meet me.
I'll give that a go. Like, that's the thing that I think is so strange about, like, animals and zoos and stuff. It's like, we're all like, oh yeah, all these animals exist, we know about
much
them.
to do.
But these animals are just like, no, I've never heard of a shark,
have no
sorry.
time.
Don't know what you're talking about. Do you not mean a gazelle? Be like, no, it's like a fish, but like massive, and being like, there's no way you could get like bigger fish. Like I've eaten all of them. Like there's nothing. I just can't. There's no way. And like you would get birds like vultures, right? That don't know swans exist. Can you imagine if a vulture saw a swan? They'd become so insecure.
This vase must have...
Cross the valley. Head to the cliffs and take watch.
I'd be like...
I want to know the moment you see their helicopter.
I'm sorry.
If we see anything, we'll sound the horns.
Jacob and his people are resilient. I'll give them that.
When I moved home once, my cat got to see a horse for the first time in its life, and it was so scared, but also confused, and the horse just, however, ignored it. Right, they're just like, whatever.
There is some kind of map of the ruins. I've got to find it before Anna. If I don't, then all these deaths...
Oh, hell yeah, wait, we got more?
And I can't have that.
Oh, I'm not allowed these. I haven't killed enough animals for him. I don't think some of these animals know they exist. Like, imagine kids being like, oh my god, a lion. The lion's just like, oh yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah. Oh my god, like Rocket Raccoon, and then him being like, everyone being like, he's a raccoon, and then being like, no, I'm not. What's a raccoon?
They've got helicopters. We should expect them to come from the air.
He doesn't know. We've made names for them. Like, we made names. Oh my god! Billy! Pumpkins. I wonder what animals would name themselves. Oh, it's similar to that question, isn't it? Of like, are Pokemon named that way because...
We'll have to make do with what we have.
Because that's the sound that they make, or is that the sound that they make and then people
been ready for this. We knew
because of the name? I don't know, something along those lines. Somebody help me! Someone help! A Pokemon called what their name is because of the sound that they make, or did they make that sound because of what they were named? Like, something like that. I can't remember. Deep thoughts. God, can you remember when people used to like shower thoughts? Shower thoughts, they're a major thing ages ago.
We could use some help if that's what you're here for.
Are you pointing at me?
I'm here to help.
You look like Kratos in case he got invited back to his human form and he regretted it.
Most of them were badly damaged in last year's floods. We've got the repairs in hand, but I need some extra supplies from around the valley. If we can get these towers repaired, it'll give us an advantage over the invaders, and it'll help us reach the upper levels of the ruined towers. Will you help?
I'll see what I can round up.
Thank you.
What are we doing? Hardwood and deer. I've already got the hardwood. I need to go get you some deer. Where's the deer? Where's that? Alright, be right back. Can I cut that? Oh yeah, I can. Gal, please. Do you want that? Oh. Gal, I don't think we should have done that, you know, because I think they're actually hanging up their food. I think you should put it down. I think that was a bit rude.
Okay. Hello.
Hello. Yeah,
So
you have a
remote,
sit down. I don't
yet
think
so
I've ever seen her take a seat. I think this might be the first time I've ever seen her be like, oh, you know what? My God, I need to sit down. This is me halfway through my Silver Surfer paint. I don't think I've ever seen her sit. What, he's so busy he can't go get... Oh, yeah, she got up like she's tired, didn't she? Her thighs hurt. My quads would hurt too. If I did what you did... Jesus! Jesus! Oh, we're swimming. What's in here? Death, probably. Teach Mel how to rest.
Not much fuel left in the torch. I think I can get 4, maybe 5 more sheets cut for the barricades. And then we'll have to find more.
That's gonna be a problem. I drank the last of those cylinders out of the Soviet prison a few summers back.
Where's the chicken pen? I forgot about it. Where's the chicken pen? God, I'm wearing it like a boxing glove. Is this the chicken pen? I mean, yeah, go on. Is that the chicken pen? Yeah, the chicken. God, look, the way they run is like the emote.
How's the cutting coming?
Slow. Gotta be careful. The rough.
We had to use those sheets to patch the roof last year when we had the floods. Make do with what you can.
Chicken pen is foul. Kings! Terrible! Where did the chicken go? Oh, it's here. Chicken. Look at all those chickens. I hate that I laughed at that! Where's chicken? Chicken! Four out of 5 chickens. Where's last chicken? There! This isn't all the chickens, there's still a free chicken. Why'd you have to throw them from so far? And the dog started, I'm so sorry, Queen. I read that in my head first time when I had to reread it because I thought you said the dog sharted outside. I was like, oh my god. Sorry. So I threw her back out. No wonder she needs to sit down. I keep asking her to open these really heavy boxes. No, I know she can't do it, but every time I just think maybe she feels stronger now. Hi Hulk, how are you? Crows have different regional dialects or accents in their calls. Crows must learn the local dialect to communicate effectively. Oh my god. Do you know what makes me so happy about that sort of stuff? Is like, I find it so funny, and I probably find it funnier than I should do. I just think it's really funny that dogs have that too. Dogs and cats do that. Like, well, not just dogs and cats, right? Because if you go up to a dog in England and say sit, it's like, I sit. If you go up to a dog in Germany and say sit, it doesn't know what you've just said. If you say sit in German, it will sit because it's German. That dog is French. You cannot ask it. You have to be like, he's French. Tell it to sit in French. Oh, he doesn't know what you've said. Like, it's so funny. We've made animals speak languages. Like, this dog is Polish. You can't ask him German commands. He doesn't know what you've said. In the same way, I wouldn't know what you said to me if you spoke to me in German. Me and my dog don't know what you said. We're English. It's so funny. We made animals think in languages. That's so funny. Be like the ones that speak different languages, they just ignore you. It's so funny. Oh, there's a deer here. Oh god, I shouldn't have done that. I thought I got my bow out. Sorry. Oh, it's probably quicker anyway. Alright, I got all your stuff, seeing as you were too busy apparently. Standing there. Only respond to a certain French accent. Oh, even better. Some dogs have accents. It's like that Scouser cat. It's cool that they understand it at least. Yeah. Scouse cat has my heart. The Scouse cat's so funny. How will local cats respond to point of interest? I want to go back up. I need to go back up to talk to the guy. Oh, here. Was dog sitting a deaf friend's dog? What? She didn't respond to spoken. He had to impersonate his friend's tone. Oh my gosh! Yeah, because that actually makes sense though, doesn't it? I love it when people see photos of other people's cats and they're like, tell your cat from me. There's Banana, you weren't here. I was... It's so stupid. When I was sponsored by Crocs, it was this massive, like, production. Sorry, that makes me sound like I think I'm a big deal. It was this really big production thing at TwitchCon. There was a cameraman, and I had to do a live stream painting these Crocs. And I had to do a live stream painting these Crocs. And I kept... Here's your stuff.
This should be everything you asked for.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Thank you.
Leave some of the supplies.
And I had to, and anyways, the cameraman was like zooming in on my stuff, but then I was kind of just talking to you guys. I wasn't really paying too much attention. Anyway, and then so I kept trying to draw the cameraman in by I kept being like, and he kept looking at me, and then Ghost was holding this light for an hour and a half because the lighting was so bad. This poor man, who had seemingly met me like 10 minutes beforehand, was unfortunately following my following what I was asking him to do by my sounds. Okay, yeah. Wow, that's athletic. Bloody hell, this game's a little bit buggy on the PC, you know. I watched that Scales Cap so many times. It made me laugh so much. Oh yeah, hell yeah. Wait. Oh no. I thought I could jump on that thing. As long as I'm being paid. He's thinking I'm not being paid enough. Poor guy.
Trinity will be here soon.
Why am I allowed to come over here? Oh right, because of that bit. But I can't unlock that bit yet. Was that the Horn of Gondor? I want to say yes, but I honestly I don't really know what the Horn of Gondor is. I'm assuming that's something from Lord of the Rings.
They will likely come from the air.
But I don't know for sure because I watched that so quickly.
The children and those two
Oh, there's always something behind a waterfall.
hidden in the Acropolis catacombs. I will go
The Horn
there
of the
once
Wrong
things are
Door.
advanced.
Oh, there's a meeting.
You said they were heavily armed. How can we expect to beat them?
The fight will not be won in open combat. They will hit us hard and fast, and we will take losses. They hope to crush us in their initial assault, but we will turn their eagerness into our advantage. This will be a long engagement. If we hope to survive, we must wear them down slowly, strategically. We will bleed them from 100 cuts until they have nothing left.
Trinity being here, the people they're hurting, that's down to me. I led them here. God, it's happened.
Thus will we be victorious. For now, we light the fires.
Lara, I could use your help. Our people are spread thin across the valley. If you light the signal tower, they'll know that the danger is imminent.
I'll do what I can.
Once the fire is lit, they'll know what to do.
Oh my god. Zero I want to see. Oh my god! Yeah! Jesus Christ. I'm so sad that these axes are so expensive, especially now that she has two. Oh, I've wanted them for years, Queen. Yeah, they're like 800 quid each though, have you seen? You need, we need someone who sells to sell them who has no idea about the price of them and doesn't know what Tomb Raider is. That's what we need. We need someone clueless. Oh, you looked up on Vinted? Yeah, I see them online up for sale all the time. 800. Yeah, Yakubu. So they were like, they're based off. I think it was like a DMM axe is based on a real axe, right? And that axe was like I think like 130 quid, 180 max maybe. I can't remember when it came out. And then Tomb Raider fans found out that it was based off a real axe, and then went out of their way to source them. So people who would do like axe climbing, genuinely would use them, would start selling them for like 5 times the price because Tomb Raider fans would be purchasing them. I remember seeing a post which was someone being like, where can I find this axe? And someone was like, I've got one. And they were like, and they'd just be like, oh, can I buy it off you? And they'd be like, oh yeah, you can have it, but for, and then I remember seeing them be like, yeah, you can have it, but for like a massive amount. So I was just, yeah. DMM Rebel, that's what I always think it's the DMM Raider because of Tomb Raider. I always get confused between that.
Meet me in the upper village. I'm gathering our forces here.
All right.
Use oil to craft fire. Oh, okay, good. Now I can use those. I just need a furnace. Yeah, I 3D printed one and I was pretty proud of it. I should really make another one. Made a hobby very expensive for others. Yeah, I mean the thing is like, that axe is a discontinued axe. Oh my god, Zero, thank you. Look at that embarrassing me. That like it's a discontinued axe because they like came out with like better ones and stuff.
You are the one.
Like genuinely good for them, but that current axe, that specific one,
they were attacked.
People wanted it, so yeah. Yeah, that's another. Yeah, it's completely discontinued. I think Rexia's got one. Rexia's pretty cool though. Rexia's got like everything. I know, more. So stupid. Was that the one where they paid for my flight, and then so I got really stressed and confused about what to do. I think so. Do they at least make phone ones?
Helicopters are headed your way.
No, cosplayers make their own ones. I make my own.
Get here as fast as you can.
Hi, Noonvale, how are you?
Get behind the barricade. Move! Look out! Stay on the cover! Pull back! Stay together!
Yay, Todd, GG.
Where is the divine source? Tell me!
Stop! Don't hurt anyone else!
Where is it?
Wait! Wait! There's a map. The Atlas. It will show you the way.
Okay. Tell me about this Atlas.
Hey.
I've got enough ammo. Can you just give me a second, please? think I need to use the shotgun, but it's quite tricky to line up because it's quite hard to see this guy. Ah! Where is he? Where is he? Ah!
It's over. I won't stop me.
Uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
That all you got?
I need to try and take out this tank thing. Oh no! Yeah, I'm really struggling to see him too.
Stand back. This is mine.
We can't hold this position much longer.
Not gonna
We
give you
cannot
seconds.
wait now. We're going to lose the village.
It's not gonna work.
God, yeah, it's really difficult to see. Where is he? No! Ah!
I'll burn this whole place down.
Ah! Where are we going? No! Oh my god, I'm struggling with this guy. What is a poison arrow? He's got a mask on though. I think I specifically got it from him when he's there. I thought he was on the other side of this thing.
It's not gonna work.
Oh my god. Good night, kids!
That all you got?
His tank, I shot it because his tank is like leaking at that.
It's gonna blow.
Okay, well that's... He's tricky. I'm sure he's just the first of many though. Your least favourite weapon in the games? They're my most favourite, personally, but I find the pump action ones to be difficult because they feel slow.
We've been overrun by the natives. Croft is with them. Several casualties. Men are dead and scattered.
We should have killed her.
You have nothing to show for your efforts. Perhaps she'll succeed where you're failing.
I will not fail.
Trinity will step in if you do. And you know what that means? I'm expendable. They have no interest in my survival. I need the power of the Source.
And you will have it. Don't lose faith, Anna. This is God's will. Our success is inevitable.
Please, just find it. My time is running out.
Did you work on your video anymore? No. No, I did not.
So much.
I got my nails done today.
You have said before me.
I got my fingers and my
These
toes
sins
done
you
and I
forced me to
decided.
They must have a purpose. Only you can show me the way. Grant me strength to continue further.
That's what I did today. And then we were sorting out everything for the shop.
Show me the way.
Yeah, so I went to the nail salon and I've never had my fingernails painted or like done, but you know, like properly before. I've had them for like when I've done like a modeling photo shoot or something and they've done one, but like they're only designed to like really last that photo shoot or the day. So I don't really feel like they really count personally. Whereas like I've never like been and gotten them done, so this feels brand new to me. Yeah, I've never had them done before. I went for the whole manicure where they like do the cuticles. I decided to treat myself and do all of it. But yeah, it's my first time in my life like I've had my like nails done.
Your people don't
Whole
deserve
new
this.
world, yeah. I've never had acrylics before.
It is our chosen path. Our duty.
I was thinking, I was like, because I was wondering, because the last time I had the gel on my toes was September. That was the first time I've had like a pedicure.
Trinity won't stop
And I
me.
was thinking, because I kept trying to remove the polish, and I was really struggling. I never Googled it, because I was just like, whatever. I didn't really care too much, but I was really struggling to take the polish off. And then when I was there today, they had to take it off with a Dremel. And I was like, oh! I was trying to use nail polish remover for ages, and I was like, oh, so weird. So I just kept painting the bottom part white myself.
I can help them, Jacob.
So I was just like, whatever. But yeah, when they did that, and I was like, oh, right. Because it's, okay, got you.
Go for that which you seek.
Right now, they're one and the same.
I'll be back with reinforcements after I've tended to the wounded. Yes. What is it?
We're in bad shape, Jacob. The attack left us in shambles, and we have no one to send to the Acropolis.
I know. I'll see to the wounded here. We have to get them to someplace safe.
I still can't see straight.
We'll gather anyone still able to fight. Hold still. Sophia, I'm trying.
Hold them. You're going to get her.
God, it hurts.
I'll try and find the physicians to the Acropolis.
It's all up to Sophia then.
So what were your nails made of? So it's a gel that they cure with UV. So it hardens it. Whereas like, you know when you see women, like, oh guys, really? With like really long nails and they're like solid. They're acrylics. Mine are gels, so they're painted on the nail, but the acrylic is like built up.
I don't think so.
I remember doing that while sequence of beating back to the D. I was essentially Rambo tearing through them, a mix of stealth and action. Nice. There's some really cool, powerful moments, I think, in these games. Okay, I just wanted to check I wasn't gonna die. Yeah, I like a resin. But, so, another thing is like, if you get your nails done too much, example being, here, this one. Example being, you get acrylics on your fingers for like a year and a half. You can damage your fingernail, and at some point you have to stop doing it and then wait for your nail to fully heal.
From my tent, Laura. The dig looks so beautiful in the
Is it the same as what? I don't know. I've never tried.
Embers
Yeah, I don't know.
sunlight dying upon a good day's work. Then, one by one, the fires are lit, and the smell of roasting meat wafts across the camp. They tell me that it's guinea pig. I decline. Roth ate too. Made.
But yeah, so I swear I don't really want to get them done all the time, because also there's not much point for me getting my nails done all the time. I'm always working with paints and stuff, so it's just not really worth it. But I thought it'd be nice before I go on holiday. Someone at the nail salon today, because Ghost came in to sit and wait with me. It made me laugh. So, Ghost came in and they said to him, they were like, did she ask you for money to pay to get her nails done? And Ghost just turned around and went, I have to ask her for money. And I was just like, okay.
Jacob, it's a mess up here. There's no sign of your people.
Sophia might have taken them into the
You can ask where Ginny
beneath
went.
the tower.
Really? Because Ghost had a look, and because it's quite a Muslim country, found that wasn't as many. So maybe in certain
We're
areas.
almost done evacuating the wounded here.
Maybe he should. Maybe we're looking for the wrong thing. Because Ghost was wondering about getting one. Was it relaxing? Yeah, really relaxing. Well, no. It was relaxing when they were doing my hands. When they were massaging and doing like body scrub on my feet, Ghost texted me and saying like, please don't kick her. And she kept looking at me like I was going to kick her. I wasn't going to kick her. I would have rather kicked myself because she doesn't deserve that. But that was very difficult to handle. I'm not a good person when it comes to being tickled. I mean that in the most highest threat possible of like, please no, I wouldn't fight fair. I fight like a cat. In the most disgraceful way possible of like, I will bite. I will, no. So like, I like ugly fight, I think. Like dirty, so I think Ghost was a bit concerned at one point. Because I can't even handle some other people like touching my leg.
I hope I'm not too late.
To me that's ticklish. Like I can't handle it. And I know people are like, but you paint yourself on that. It's different. Like genuinely, if someone breathes down my neck, my God, I'll slap my neck like I'd slap a mosquito, because to me that's ticklish. Yeah, anyway, massages are also difficult. Yeah, exactly! Yeah, she just kept kind of looking at me.
I want answers.
I want answers. But it was nice. I feel very happy that I got my pedicure. It's nice. It's like a nice treat.
Oh God, no.
This is a room with bruises. You're right, Biscuit, yeah. You expect, yeah, like, you know. Yeah. I can't, I'm a really ticklish person, I can't handle it very well. I think I would like a massage. I like massages if they're like on my back, on my arms. Put it down. Alright, put it down. Put it down. Put it down! Jesus Christ. It's suffocating! It's dead. Oh no! Okay! Alright, I don't really know what just happened, but okay.
It's a reliquary box. Something used to protect and hold relics of the saints. Anything from teeth to fingers to the entire head. This claims to be a relic of the Prophet.
Yeah, we should give it a funeral, Hailey. Good point. I can't pick it up anymore. Can I keep... Oh, I can't push it. Sorry, these guys are having an all-out war over there and I'm trying to save this chicken! Okay, sorry, let me actually help someone.
Take him out.
Don't shoot.
Hi, Werewolf, how are you?
Missed one. Be more thorough going forward. What's our status?
Looks all clear here. Team 4 is searching the tunnels for any sign of the Atlas.
Spread out and sweep the area. Kill anything still moving. And use your knives if you can. We need to conserve ammo.
Oh, I hope you enjoyed it. Oh. Let's finish this! Stop shooting me through my cover! Move out of here, Lara. Kim Kardashian's daughter posted a TikTok with comments enabled, and all the comments were like, "We got speaking privileges." Everyone behave! Are you going to do archery while doing a Lara cosplay? I don't think so. Oh my god! I thought I was looting him for poison! Jesus Christ! Oh my god, it's Lara! It's Lara! Waste of a trap, I know! Oh, whatever. It won't be a waste when I walk into it in 5 minutes, Punisher. This guy. He's just like, I'm paid enough. Good night, Zonta.
Hey, hold up. These bastards are resourceful. They might have set up some traps.
Don't worry. I'll kill anything that moves. We've got company!
Don't worry!
All right, my friend. Your turn. I won't tell you anything. See, I believe
Oh, yeah, okay. No. No.
that will ask the next guy who says he'll know.
Please.
You made your point. If it makes you uncomfortable, spin around and face the wall. I have to admit, I prefer this. Questions just get in the way. Incoming!
Bastards. Untie me. I'll kill every last one of them.
Easy, Sophia. So much bloodshed. We're losing too many people.
Maybe your people have sacrificed enough.
It's all we've known. I misjudged you, Lara.
Tell me how I can help you.
I've got to get the rest to safety. But the entrance to the catacombs is blocked. I'll find a way to clear it.
You're gonna be okay. I'm all right. I'll be all right.
I can't open this from here. It must be blocked on the other side.
Let's go have a look, shall we? If I see the other team has Lara, I'd just leave. Yeah. Yeah, honestly. Oh, yeah, I can help you out with that. Yeah. Well, I fell down here, so it's like I probably can't climb back up out of this way. Oh, a small nation at this point, yeah. But everyone glosses over it. Ah! That was impressive.
There it is. Maybe I can unblock it from here.
The catacombs. We'll be safe.
This should do it.
That's the one who, with the meteorite. Is that the meteorite one? We did the meteorite one, yes.
Deer charm carved from a stag.
Get clear of the door! Thank you, Lara. They'll be safe in the catacombs for now. I know you seek the divine source, but my people will die to protect it.
Your people are already dying. You can't protect it forever.
We've lasted this long. But for now, I'm glad to have you as an ally.
They're converging on the tower. We still got people there.
Get the others to safety.
I'm so happy with my desk.
They'll need you.
Thank you. Oh, about my desk mat. Actually, no. I actually need a wee as well, so I'll show you it and then I'll take a pee break. Okay, so the joke is that I got my desk. Okay, so I got my desk mat, but because I can't be trusted with anything nice and fabric, I got another desk mat, a clear desk mat to put over my actual desk mat. So I could enjoy a desk mat without having to worry about it. But then the joke is I put that down earlier and then consistently kept getting static shock every time I touched my keyboard. So we had to find a way to stop it from electrocuting me. It's so funny, which is why we have this. We had to wipe it down with a damp towel. This! Look at the desk mat that you guys got me off Etsy. Isn't that so nice? And look, it's cool, right? I really like the unlimited pistols. Like, look at her up here. Isn't that cute? It's from Etsy. I really love it. There's too much help. Wowee. Yeah. So I put this one down. I'm trying to look after it. So I put this one on top. A clear one. On the top to try to look after it. Okay, I'll take a quick pee break, chat. I think my mouth moves nicely on it for FPS games. I just wanted to have something more Tomb Raider stuff in here. Thank you. Lara Croft cosplay for Tomb Raider playthrough? No, I'm wearing my Tomb Raider Revelations jumper though. There, the last revelation. And it's got Lara on it. I don't know if there's anything on the back though. Is there something on the back? Yeah. I feel like I've been trying to get some more Tomb Raider like t-shirts and jumpers and stuff, so I'm pretty happy because I get to like wear them all the time. But I haven't packed yet for going on holiday. I kind of don't really know what to pack because sometimes it's really hot because of the humidity and other times it feels a bit chilly. It's like hot during the day but like cold at night. And Ghost and I are usually out all day. So I'm like, I just haven't decided on like how I'm gonna... Passports! Now my passports live in a Tomb Raider passport case. I believe that this came out when the game came out, but I found it on eBay. It's all you'd need for... Yeah, but then I'm having to buy another jacket because I don't have one. I don't really want to buy more clothes. Like that, I don't want to buy stuff. I don't need to buy more clothes. It is about to close. That's it. I need to manually close it. So yeah, that's it. Until end of Feb. I don't think we got any more orders in the last few hours, which means we've sorted all the orders, which is quite nice, which means that Ghost and I can package them up tomorrow. I was talking to Ghost today about how I'm really proud of how we've managed to do the shop, because it's just made it so much more manageable, and it seems like you guys also prefer it this way too. They did, Yanks. They all went. And Ghost was like, how is this a thing? He was like, we've made more money on stuff that was printed badly. Because you guys said that I shouldn't sell them for a bit cheaper. He was like, how is that a thing?
Some sort of marker. Byzantine script, but I can't quite make it out.
Yeah, I'm really, really happy. Because it just... Not like, now I'm rich. No, not at all like that. It's more like, it's so much easier to manage. You guys know when to expect it. It's easier as well because we can all be like, all your orders were sent out on the exact same day. So if one of you guys doesn't receive if you guys don't receive your order, like Kyle at the moment I think is still waiting. So now I'm like, okay, that's probably gone missing. So it's easier for me to understand as well because I don't offer tracking. The reason why I don't offer tracking is because it will give away things like local towns or like where the journey started. So that's why I won't do it. So, because I'm happy, like, if it doesn't turn up, I'm happy to just send you another one. That's fine.
We're taking fire from the choppers.
Because then we can all be like, huh, yeah, okay, that's not quite right. It's nice then, because I feel like at the end of the month, we can all expect some new prints to go. Like, I just think everything's a bit easier. Because before I'd also struggled with, like, when do I upload a new print? Because I was just doing them, like, every day. Did you know that's true in the collector world in general? Stuff in the factory messed up. Yeah, someone told me about that when one of my collector cards was damaged. And I just found that so interesting. Because Ghost and I were like, oh my god, that's it then, like, can't sell it. Oh, thanks, Michael. I try. Yeah, I mean, I know it means that I'm really restrictive on some stuff and we don't get to do some fun stuff. Like, I do think it would be cool and fun to have a PO box. There was a point which, because like, I think it would be nice for you guys. There was a point before where I thought it would be really lovely for you guys to like send me a sticker and then I would like decorate like my snowboard with it. Do you know what I mean? Like I was gonna do something like that, but like PO box, and it's just, so there's some stuff which are like down, like we can't really enjoy those things, but that's okay overall. The only people who will have access to like your addresses in giveaways is Ghost and I don't want any of my mods having access to that information. And as soon as I've processed your giveaway, the giveaway specifically, we just delete it. Like it's gone. I don't know where you guys live. I have a rough idea of sometimes when you guys like, you keep telling me like, oh, New York, and I'm like, okay, so it's New York. But I make an effort to never look. I hate I used to have to look a few of them up because I didn't get complete addresses. Les Banana, please! You guys didn't give me complete addresses and I hated it. And so that's why my giveaway form is, I feel like it's quite strict. Where is the metal barrier? Is it that? Oh, sorry, I've missed it. It's quite strict because people, and I just didn't like it. I don't like it. It's not right. The shop orders, I can't really do much about that because it's classified as like a transaction. But again, only Ghost and I have access to that. Nobody else has access to that. Oh, no.
Fancy, cover me!
Still had a Tomb Raider Witchblade comic exclusive. Like, yeah, that's the thing. It would be cool. We all kind of came. I don't know if you were here. Sorry, I struggled to remember when people were here for certain conversations, which is normal. It's because there was. I don't know if you watched the Lockpicking Lawyer on YouTube. He has a PO box. Anyway, long story short, someone. So he has a PO box. When people can't unpick a lock, they send it to him to see if he can unpick it, and he unpicks it in like 12 seconds. Someone sent him a parcel and they put a GPS tracking device in it. So I was just like, okay, I can't have that then. I felt sick to my stomach and I felt awful when I had to do this, but I had to do it. There's been other people who have like received gifts at cons and there's been tracking devices inside them. And I feel awful when I do it, but like sometimes you guys gift me something and I have to cut it open in some cases. I'll try and repair, like I'll put, like in some cases I have to cut that open to check. Because like, it happens a lot in the K-pop industry. They hide cameras in things like teddies and stuff. But like, yeah, some of you guys have like given me really lovely gifts and stuff, and like I don't cut it open in a way that like I hate it. I try and like slide something in, and then I have to like try and like check on the inside and stuff. And I hate that I have to do that. Please understand, I hate so much that I have to do stuff like that. Yeah, I just gotta check. Like I just don't know. So if you ever see OC, just give you good luck, no gifts. I don't mind gifts. Like I genuinely, I don't. I think it's really lovely. A lot of people gift me like drawings or like notes, just like small things, because I think people know that I put stuff in like scrapbooks and stuff. Or people write like a thank you of like a personalised, like, you know, they really helped me a lot this year. I went through a divorce or something like that. It's nice stuff like that. Some people give me colouring pages of like artwork they've done. Some people give me pins. Like people give me stuff, and it's really really nice. Like trust me. And I've received some really gorgeous stuff. I just feel bad that like I know I have to check on the inside of certain things sometimes, and I don't agree with it. Oh, I'm sure you guys wouldn't understand that, but yeah, it's really unfortunate that people have made that what it is. It gets so weird. Yeah, I know, right? Uh-oh. Go, run! Ah! Yeah, oh my god, the friendship bracelets one is very cute, I think, as well. Let's put it here. What? I'll go leave a footnote under a tree in London, like we're passing it. You shouldn't have to, but because of certain circumstances, exactly, like that's the thing. It's like some people have done some really terrible stuff, so we just have to be safe. I think one streamer got mail cash into her PO box. Like, good for her. But like, it's not, like, whatever. I can't have, basically I can't have one. They're expensive in the UK anyway. Mr. Piggy made a good point. What if somebody turns up to your PO box when you go collect something and waits for you there? So yeah, some people are just a bit rubbish. Which is why I'm like, yeah, okay, like we won't be doing anything. Like, good for other people who get to have them, like, but yeah, it's not something for us, I think. Is that legal? I mean, does it matter? It doesn't matter to these people, does it?
Jacob, it looks like we've got the upper hand.
Good work. Those choppers should be in range soon.
They're hit.
Yeah.
Lara, are you there? Trinity is swarming the tower. We're trapped in the catacombs beneath. Damn! Just hold on. I'm on my way.
Yes!
Under fire!
Oh, leave me alone. I'll shoot your feet. Ah! Oh my god!
Let's go!
No way. Much better. He said, alright, bet.
Team 5, we're heading into the catacombs. Listen back up here.
Got it. On our way.
Why don't we just drop them some grenades and be done with it?
No, the Atlas could be...
Shit!
You're damn right I am.
Hold this position! Keep her down! Taking fire! Flush her out! I'm taking fire! Reinforcements are here! Pin her down!
Oh my god! I'm way too far forwards! I don't like this assault rifle. It feels like it just spits in different directions all the time.
Come and fly! Come on!
Where is everyone? Why are you all shooting at me? Leave me alone! Leave my friends alone! Ah! Stop! Stop getting up from that. You should not have gotten up from that. No one normal gets up from that sort of thing. Oh my gosh. Okay. Please! Stop it! I'm gonna shoot your feet. Is anybody else? Oh. Oh, come on! Are we done? Oh, right. There we go. I like how screaming increases. There was when I played The Last of Us, Les Banana, my accuracy was so disgustingly bad. And then somebody pointed out the part when I was hanging upside down, my accuracy was like permanent headshots. Oh, it's better.
You've earned that much. Come with me. In ancient times, our prophet brought the divine source to this valley. My ancestors built Kitezh to protect it from the outside world.
To what end? What is the divine source, Jacob?
This whole time we haven't updated Jonah.
An artifact from a time long forgotten. We believe it holds a fragment of God's soul. Legend tells us those who beheld the source were granted immortality. But others have always been drawn here, seeking its power.
Trinity.
Yes. They seek to spread their darkness across the world. With the source, their
They've got
soldiers will
matching
be
scarves.
unstoppable.
Then help me find it before they do.
This is not your burden.
Of course it is. My father died for this.
You can't fill the emptiness inside you, Lara. You can only set it free.
I'm gonna find it. With or without you. Wait, Sophia, let me go. I have to do what I can. You spilled blood for us. I want to help. You know where the Atlas is?
cathedral, in the archives below. But we won't follow you there.
Why? What will I find?
There are others. The Deathless Ones. They will kill any who trespass. My father believes they will stop Trinity.
I can't take that chance.
I know. Here. Take this. It will help you reach the cathedral.
I hope they filmed the Spice Girls. The Spice Laras. Whoa! Wow, look at how tall this place is. I would be physically sick. Goodbye, wrong way. Whoa. No way. She puts a lot of faith into these tools. I don't know if I've ever felt that. Oh. Okay, she already let go. I didn't tell her to do that. Whoa. Whoa. I would wait for a helicopter. I don't think I would have set foot in the direction in the first
Lara,
place.
if you're headed to the cathedral, Trinity will be everywhere.
I know, but I have no choice. So much fun.
Think of BT before I go on holiday? I don't know. I was honestly thinking that I should do a paint tomorrow, but then I was also thinking
by an oath taken by their ancestors.
it would be nice to kind of like wind down and not.
But I see a people who simply want to live in peace. I believe it's time for them to let go of the past. If I can find the Atlas.
Do a full torso tomorrow. I gotta be honest with you, I genuinely thought about it. I was like, oh, maybe I should like try and fit in as many torso paints before I go on holiday. Maybe I should try, but then like that would be silly. With Lara Day. Lara time. I would legit get mad at Lara for missing them. And some of them you're just like, there's no way. If you do a paint, you might forget to pack stuff. That's kind of what I'm worried about as well, because I haven't packed yet. So I'm like, oh. But then like, do I do an easy locks? I'm not really sure. I don't know what I'll do. It would be silly.
Young ones.
I don't know. Pack on stream? There's... Oh, oops. There wouldn't really be much point, to be honest with you, because it's in a completely different room. So I wouldn't really be able to like, it wouldn't really be successful. Who would do that? Who on earth would think that's a good idea? Would be a disaster. yeah, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Oh. I don't know what I'll do. Because, like, I'm not saying that it's important, but if I paint tomorrow and Wednesday, there's no way I can edit anything in time anyway. Before I go. Not that I have to edit it in time though. You see what I mean? Like,
Another difficult winter.
and then ends up forgetting pants. Do you know how many times I've forgotten to bring socks on holiday with me? It's a disgraceful amount. Or I forget to bring pajamas. And some people are like, that's fine. I don't wear pajamas. Good for you. At night time, I turn into an icicle. So I need pajamas because I am freezing cold. Are we going to sit down again? Yeah, you just take a breather. So, do you just live... No, I don't. I don't live a sockless life. But, like, I have fuzzy socks on right now and I can tell you my feet feel like they're -2. I'm going to turn the heater on my feet. I don't care if it's summer. I can't understand. I'm so cold when I go to... I don't understand. Where's your list? What list? Oh, so you wear them and then you just forget them? Are you on about, like, a list of things to pack? I just figure it out as I'm packing. I know you mentioned tomorrow, maybe.
You're
Jesus,
alive.
you scared me.
You got most of the
Quite a
wounded
lot, to be honest with you. I seriously considered it. Like, I heavily considered that I was going to do that.
There are more of us.
I was like, man, that would be so good that you know, push yourself.
We'll take any extra.
Packing? Oh, you know, I just figure it out as I go along. Yeah, I did. I can't wear pajamas. I have 3 blankets on my bed and I was sweaty by despite leaving my apartment. Still sweaty. I'm genuinely frozen. I'm always cold. Last night I was so sad. I was just Googling like heated blankets. Because I don't like the idea of using a heated blanket, to be honest with you, because I'm like, I shouldn't be consuming this much electricity consistently all the time. But then I was also like, I don't want to live this life anymore. I'm so cold.
Constantine's gonna ask them a few questions. They've got the rest back up near the cathedral.
Someone's gonna have some fun.
That must be them. I was hoping they draw straws for that shit. Oh wow. We're under attack!
This guy didn't hear him. We're under what? I'm going to use the electricity because I'm an anemic badly and I require it to live. Yeah, I just kept thinking like, oh, I should be good and I should try and use like just more and more blankets. But then I'm like, how many blankets comes to the point where it's no longer more blankets. It's like, no. Keep you warm really well. I have those as well. But I'm not producing heat, yeah. Ghost is like a furnace though. I don't understand how he is. I usually just wait for him to warm up and then pour my ice cold feet on his legs, and then he just like complains for a while and then but realizes like there's nothing I can I've been it like usually what happens after stream is I'm like, okay, I finished streaming. I'm gonna go upstairs, have a shower and I'm gonna go lay in bed. And then I lay in bed for like an hour while I'm watching anime or I'm reading. And by the time Ghost is like finishing up what he's doing, because he comes to bed a bit later, I'm still cold. But I've been in bed for an hour. Like I'm still frozen solid. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Throw some big rocks in a fire and then put them onto the bed like it's the 1400s.
We're needed back to base camp. Leave them to it. Roger, we're clear.
I'm watching an anime at the moment where they live in this like really struggling medieval family, and I keep seeing them I keep seeing things that they do, and I'm like, wow, you know what, you lot, bro, you're so much smarter than I could have ever like dreamed to have been with the resources that you are like doing and like the things that you have to do. But my god, I never want to live this way. What anime? The one you recommended, Bookworm. Which is great in the winter, but yeah, and then it sucks in the summer. But then remember, right, I never really sweat unless I'm poorly. Which is why when I'm like on stream, I'm like, oh my god, that I'm not feeling well at all. And I'm starting to like get like sweaty. It's like, oh no, like there's a problem. You're smart though. Thank you. I don't really feel like I would be smart enough for it, but. Oh my god! I thought that was a poison arrow. Whoa! 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 Everyone! Hold on a second! I think he tripped over before I hit him.
I got her! I'm taking fire!
Oh my god. Stop absorbing it like a sponge. I've had fun surviving those really far North Siberian towns that are like deep all year, winter round. No, I haven't. Les Banana, you have to share. I have a fan on blast in my face, even in the dead of winter. Freeze me. No way, Michael. I genuinely think I would probably... I don't know if I would actually survive that. And I genuinely mean that as like a... I am not exaggerating. I am so cold. Like, I've been sat here this entire time in this room with fuzzy socks that look like cat paws on and my slides, and my feet are so cold. I can feel the cold on them. They don't feel like they could be real. I love those, the cat socks. You did poison them. I know. I keep pressing all the things. That's like... I can't select the right arrow. I just need to accept that I can't do it. You'd have neon pink fuzzy Crocs. Oh, they could be my like stream room winter shoe. I have no socks on and slides. Yeah, see, this is what I mean, Theo. You know when I was like, you guys make me realise I can't handle the cold at all. But like, I can handle the cold if I go somewhere and it's cold. Like on holiday, and I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. But like, just living my life, I just really struggle with it. My feet are frozen. I'm telling you, they're so cold. You wouldn't believe I've had socks on. And this is the thing. When I'm like, oh my god, I'm so cold. My feet are constantly so cold. And people are like, just wear socks. Mate, what do you think I've been trying to do? I've just been complaining that my feet are cold and I haven't put anything on them to try and warm them up. Are you joking me? I've got fuzzy socks on. Just wear more. I like a fan called She Likes Silence and Hot. Oh yeah, that's quite tricky. That's quite tricky. I'll put the heater on my feet. I do date a woman who complains about cold feet and never wears socks, so it's good advice to give just in case. All right, fine.
I have sinned in God's name. Much blood has been spilled on this valley floor as I speak.
More socks on throne. Do you know what? I did think when I come back I should do that. I was thinking I should put more fuzzy socks on. And I was seriously considering a heated blanket because I feel it's not fair.
Here is your lesson for today. Bring me any creature with feathers.
What's on the log? No, Les Banana. I am not exaggerating. That's like 50% of my moderators. Star Wars Lady is Canadian and she disgusts me because she's probably looking. Anyway, she disgusts me. And the reason why she disgusts me is because she's like, oh my god, it was nice and warm today. It was like the perfect temperature. So I went out for a walk and I'm like, oh, that's so nice. What was the temperature? And she's like, 1 degree. She was like, it's so nice. She was like, I was able to walk around in just a t-shirt. Thank you for the hydrate. Pie is different in Canada. Fact that maths is different everywhere. Oh, the wind, yeah. The wind is brutal. I can't make fun of Star Wars Lady because I'm the same. The perfect temperature for me is like 10 degrees.
We heard of the Prophet's arrival.
In this room right now, I need to tell you it's 23 degrees and I'm like complaining and my feet are frozen and I'm struggling. No, this room right now, I'm telling you I'm frozen. I'm so cold. But like, mostly it's my feet. I'm so cold. Like, there's been times on stream where it's been like 22 degrees and I'll show you, I've got genuine goosebumps. I need to go put more clothes on, I'm so cold. Or sometimes I'll stream wearing like a blanket or something. I'm freezing. I'm taking my lashes off and thinking about what you've said. My dad has house temperature all the time and I get sweaty. No way. I will not start sweating unless this house would be like 35. 15 one year, that was a very cozy year. No way. When I visit, I secretly drop it to 19. There's no way. There's genuinely no way.
What did he say? It's not his call.
I've heard so many stories people say that they're in bed alone and then the other one gets in and it makes them cold.
Ceremony of some sort.
No, I couldn't relate to that. I'm just cold.
Look, some of those guys were on contract for years before Trinity gave them rank. You have to be patient. There's more to it than performance.
Like what?
There's some sort of oath, and then the second.
Do you want? Yeah, I do a little bit, yeah. But if it's like a day where it's just too cold, like, I need to keep turning the heater on.
Incoming! We're up! There! Open up!
Go! Yeah, no, it's cold. I'm cold, like my feet are cold. But like, it's not cold in a way, it's like, oh, it's just a bit chilly and a pair of socks is fine. It's like, oh, I'm cold. Stop resisting! Like, when you wear slides, his feet get too hot. Must be nice. Just cold. I'm just always cold. I just really struggle to warm up. What's the average temperature when you can do a paint? I'll start feeling really cold to the point where like I need to turn the heater on, and I'm uncomfortable, and I'm noticing, and I'm like getting upset when it's like 19 degrees, and then I'm just getting really upset. So that's why I have the heater in here. I'm like, I'll start getting quite distressed about it. You struggle to feel the cold to begin with. Yeah, no, I'm so cold. But I don't like that oh my god. I don't like that I feel that way at all though, because it stresses me out. Like something, it feels bad. Go. Where are we? Oh. Have you tried not being cold? Thank you. Wonder if it means your metabolism is low. Maybe. Yeah, I'm just quite cold. But then sometimes it'll be like my core is fine. But then it'll be like my hands and feet are like frozen. But like my core will be completely fine. Sometimes it's like that. Yeah, feet always cold.
The day I
and your iron is fine, yeah.
There can be no more.
Yeah, low blood pressure. My blood pressure only drops when I have an endometriosis day. I've had that checked. Yeah, I just cold. I think I'm just one of those people that just feels the cold quite severely. Ah! What was that? Oh my Jesus Christ! Bloody hell! I can't even remember the name of that cat. Bloody hell! I'm so sorry. Don't do that to me! Jesus Christ, you're massive as well. Bloody Christ! Ah, he's still alive! My gosh! Aww, look at his big feet. It's a whole scat. Maybe you want some high quality cocoa. Cocoa? Like a hot chocolate? I don't really like hot chocolate very much. I'm really, yeah. I'm picky as well with hot chocolate. Cat the kitty. I think I skinned it. That was partially. Cocoa, not cocoa. Coca? Coca-Cola? We don't really call it that in the UK, we just call it hot chocolate, I think.
Heads up. We seem to have lost contact with the team.
Is that what we're talking about? Because if not, I don't know what you're talking about.
Eyes on them.
Negative. Possible hostiles?
It's the devil powder.
Could just be radio interference, but Constantine's not taking chances.
We're talking about hot chocolate. Are we still talking about hot chocolate? Aw, original cutie. Thanks very much, Snow. Oh, I forgot to do the ice thing. See, like now, like my legs feel warm, but my feet are still cold, so I have to turn it off. Silly.
Sophia, I'm almost to the cathedral. Can you tell me anything that might help locate the Atlas?
Only stories told by our elders. We don't go inside anymore. I've heard there were archives below, accessible by tunnels in the main hall, but that's all I can tell you.
Then that's where I'll go.
Be careful.
How far
Troy's
into the game
already
is this?
inside,
Pretty far.
And there are more of them arriving.
Pretty far. Oh no! Am I gonna have to defeat this cat again?
Heads up. We seem to have lost contact with the team sweeping the lower valley. Do you have eyes on
You're
them?
drinking. Yeah. See, I think in the UK, I think we just call it. I think we just call it hot chocolate.
Could just be radio interference, but Constantine's
Push
not
him.
taking chances.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
For a month I have gone to the Forum to hear the Prophet speak. I wear robes of the common folk. It would not do for a son of a great house to be seen here. There are rumblings that the patricians and men from the church in the west seek to silence the Prophet.
Food soap. I mean, yeah, I can see. I can see where you're coming from.
So this is really it, huh? If they do find the Atlas in there, what's next?
The Atlas is a map. It's supposed to point the way to whatever the natives are protecting out here. The divine source Constantine is after.
That's... Oh!
Can taste soapy. I mean, I don't think it tastes soapy, but I can see why you might think. Shoot him in the face. Who genetically taste it as soap? Oh, interesting. And it's mostly sugar. You can get proper hot chocolate powder. I wouldn't know the I wouldn't know the difference because I don't really drink it. So to be honest, I don't pay much attention to it. So I've always just assumed it's just like hot chocolate. But like drinking something that I just kind of feel like it's a waste of calories. You know what I mean? I don't really like drinking my calories. I'd rather eat them.
These ruins hide much. You cannot dig too deep or too fast.
Taste cilantro as soap? Also enjoy the taste of soap. Interesting. There are so many jokes I could make, and this was far beyond any TOS will. Yeah, don't do that.
If all of my men die down there.
We are all expendable here, Commander. What matters are results. The stakes are too high.
Yeah. Oh no! Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Are we alive? Okay, we try again. Oh my goodness gracious me. I've had my headphones leaning on my hat leaning on my ear. This whole time I just moved it and was like, oh my gosh, my ear is free. Good night, Zero!
We have another problem. We've lost our rear guard.
Define lost.
Thank you.
Radio contact. No visual contact.
Oh.
That's outside of mission protocol, ma'am.
Oh.
Introduces unnecessary risk.
Achieve your goal without them.
Ma'am, I don't think we're alone down here. I need tactical support.
No, we're stretched too thin across this valley. If you feel you're being pursued, then I suggest you move faster.
Where are they? Where are... Oh.
It's got to be down there.
Kill an unarmed woman? That would be cold even for you, Lara. Then again, I know why you haven't pulled that trigger. Shoot me, and my men will cut you down within seconds. It's the one thing they're better at than you.
Shut up, Anna.
Don't move! You have nowhere to go!
Kill her! Now! Reconsider my offer, Laura, before it's too late.
It was too late the moment you betrayed my family. I'm getting the Atlas, Anna.
Something is slaughtering my men down there, Lara. If they can't find it, neither can you.
Go to hell!
Croft is on her way. Kill her and bring me that goddamned Atlas.
Messed up. Mal shoots Bear upside down. What's over here? Ta-da! No!
That's it. It has to be.
Oh.
I'm ahead of Anna now.
Is it
I don't
zombies?
know what I've gotten myself into here. Something else dwells in the darkness of this place. But I've got to continue. I've come too far. Anna thinks she knows me. And maybe she does on some level, but she doesn't know everything. And as long as she continues to underestimate... An old mural. And those vessels. Greek fire. The prophet's deathless army. Greek fire.
I'm really excited to put my out of office on.
Unstoppable.
Because I reply to emails anyway, so sometimes. But I just think it's really exciting to be like... Ha!
That smell.
No, I can't help you.
Burned alive.
Oh God!
They're alive!
What the hell is that? These vessels, they're still filled with Greek fire. I wonder if it will still burn.
Some believe
Oh. This looks a bit like an arena, doesn't it?
Trinity, they're here.
Target acquired. Engage. The other fire. Clear the gate now.
Roger that.
Fire in the hole.
Set the charges.
Moving like cover. Go.
Contact. Get clear.
Form up on me.
I'm under fire.
Go. Someone kill her already.
Ah! No! 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 No!
Fire in the hole.
Shut up! Jesus Christ! Why do you take so long to reload? You're stressing me out! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh! Is everyone dead? Because I'm gonna go.
I have zero visibility.
The other fire teams reported multiple contacts. We're on our own until they break through.
No time. Croft has the package. We can't lose her. Give me suppressing fire now. Under fire. Right there. He's hit. Cover me. I'm under fire. I've got it.
Wait, you just gave him a headache. You didn't actually hit me. Ah!
Moving into cover. Give me suppressing fire. Now. Reloading. Under fire.
Gotta go. We gotta go. Where? This way, this way, this way. No. Still not this way. Oh my god.
I want a thorough sweep of the upper and lower levels. She's here.
There! Open up!
Someone Someone's gonna come up here. Ah! Oh. Oh, you need to stop taking these hits.
Under fire!
Oh my god, 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 oh my god. Right, I gotta go.
Oh no. Sulfur. This whole place could go up. Got to hurry.
Here, I fucking got it! It's over. Hand over the atlas.
Ah! Thank God. Okay, that's what I was I couldn't remember if we would get the rebreather in this game or Shadow.
Okay, I think I see my exit. The statue's unstable. Looks like I'll have to use the Greek fire.
Yeah, I think a lot of people gave them that feedback that it felt like why have we
just got to take out the remaining
lost
supports.
some of the stuff, like we shouldn't have to keep trying to acquire gear, which I think is a fair I think that's fair when done constructively. Oh. Relearn it. Yeah, you kind of want to just
more Greek fire vessels. So many of them.
Yeah, you kind of just want to, like, either learn something new, or not have to go through that each time, which is fair. But then again, you know, some people, they haven't played that one, but then I also kind of feel a bit like, yeah, but like, it's still kind of annoying. Like. But I think I'm pretty sure they acted on that one, I think. Oh. I think they did anyway.
more to do here. I'll be back this way.
Huh?
There's still more to do here. I'll be back this way.
Yeah, so I was just thinking, Nivius, I was like, I remember... Oh god, please don't do that. I thought she was gonna... I thought she was gonna pull that. No!
Still more to do here. I'll be back this way.
No! Do you have the right gadget yet? I think so. We'll see. Oh no! It's back up! Oh my god! I thought I had to pull it out of the thing and the... We pull it back, we pull it back, we pull it back, we pull it back, we pull it back. Go this way, alright, okay. And then cut it. Cut it! No, it's because I keep leaving the area.
One more support left.
Blue fire. Kick. Maybe I have to go the other way. Oh, I haven't done this base count. Silly me. Let's see, chat. Let's see what's over here. Oh! Let's just destroy apparently everything.
That should clear the way a bit.
Okay.
Don't think I've cracked this yet. I'll have to come back.
What's in the way?
If I could use the water somehow.
Oh! Oh. Other side, other side. I really like her with a bow as well. I think it's cool. This is a complex puzzle. I like that some of them like use massive like rooms in the newer games. You know what I mean? Like they use quite a, like this, or they'll be in like bigger stages. I just think they're pretty cool. Okay. And then please, Laura. Ta-da! Yeah! And then yeah, I think the ice pickaxe is really cool. What a cool thing to like have. And the new, I agree with you. Run! Oh God. Oh my God! Okay. I forgot to use the axe throw. Run! Run! Run!
No, no!
Run! 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 Jump! Go! Go! Ah! Oh my gosh. Okay, climb. Go! 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 Ah!
Oh my!
Run! Ah! Run! Oh! Oh! Bad day! Bad day! Put the fire out while we're here. Run still!
Jacob, I made it. I'm out.
Lara, thank God you're all right. Bring the Atlas to me in our observatory in the mountains.
I'm on my way.
Stalagmites. Yay!
Jonah, is that you?
Little bird! You're alive! I knew it!
My God. Jonah, what are you doing here? Where are you?
I'm up here in some kind of fortress. You can thank Jacob. His people picked me up half dead out on the tundra.
I can't believe you came after me.
Is that so hard to believe? I told you I got your back. I couldn't leave you out here alone.
I'm on my way up to you now. Don't go anywhere.
Hadn't planned on it. Be careful out there.
Jonah!
Lara, glad to see you're still with us.
No problem.
The invaders are spread all over the valley, and we're pushing back where we can. If you can lend a hand, you're always welcome. We know we can trust you.
Oh. Yes. Oh my God.
Jonah.
You look terrible. Terrible, but happy.
I was right, Jonah. Dad was right. The Divine Source is real. I wish he was here to see this.
He'd be proud of you. Sophia told me what you've done for her people.
Lara, it's good to see you, Sophia. Jacob is waiting for you in the observatory.
You actually found it. The founders of Kitezh were skilled craftsmen. They used this place to hew the Atlas.
Jonah, try those chains.
Got it.
Wow.
Incredible.
They must have used this to plan the construction of the city.
Like ancient blueprints.
Exactly. Everything radiates out from this point. That puts the center of the city under the lake. But, something's not right. The cathedral, where the Atlas was, it's on the wrong side of the map. Keep rotating it. Stop! That's it. Kitezh isn't under the lake. It's under the glacier. The Divine Source must be there.
How the hell are we gonna get through all that ice?
Wait. This path here leads into the city. The cathedral is there, and the tower on the other side. That means the entrance to Kitezh must be here. The entrance to Kitezh is here. You knew.
It's the target!
Kill her.
Laura! Take my hand! Laura! Don't come after me!
Jonah!
Run!
No!
Lara.
Oh no.
We don't have much time. It won't be long before Trinity discovers the location of the source.
I have to go after Jonah.
Even if it means giving up the truth you came here to find.
He risked his life to come here with me. I almost lost him once. Not again.
Then go. Do what you must.
Fair play, Shadow. That's a good one.
If Jonah is alive, they must be holding him in the old Soviet gulag. I never wanted to go back to that terrible place, but I can't leave him in Trinity's hands now.
Dwayne!
Jonah, hold on. Sophia, are you there?
That's dramatic stuff. Oh, well, that's not a good sign, is it? I don't remember Jonah being in the game. I remember, do you know, I actually remember the beginning of the game a lot. I don't remember a lot like from now onwards because I tried to play it on permadeath mode. And that went, yeah, that went just as well as you could imagine. So I, I played the beginning a lot. And then there just came a point where I was like, enough. Enough is enough. I'm tired of living this life. So I don't remember too much of the ending, only because I remember so much of the ending. Oh, that's me. And why is everything... No! Okay, I haven't muted Twitch. I don't remember too much of that bit, but... I am going to get some rest. I'm going to figure out what on earth I'm going to be doing tomorrow on stream, because genuinely I haven't made my mind up yet. No way. Yeah, I managed to make it quite far on some of them, but then you really start hating life when you make it really far and then you die. You just suddenly feel like... Thank you guys for watching, especially on bonus day. It's nice to do a shorter stream today. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure what I'll do tomorrow. For FYI, my last stream is going to be on Wednesday because I'll be leaving to go on holiday on Thursday. So I don't know if I should like take the next 2 days easy. I just don't know what I want to do. You know what I mean? I don't know what I want to do. I just don't want to do. I just don't know. I don't know. But we'll see. But regardless, you'll see me tomorrow anyway. And then, yeah, so I'll hop out now. Play anniversary. I'd rather just complete it if like I complete this one. But then we've got to move on to Shadow. Cause, yeah, I mean, the comics that are coming out next follow from Underworld. So it kind of makes sense for me as well to kind of like do it this order. No worries, Todd. There will be VODs if you really want to. With a relax. Yeah, I just don't know what I want to do. I just don't know what I want to do. But then I don't like the idea that I feel like I've gone into like 2026 and I've like done no paints. Which isn't true because we did White Widow. But also it feels true. It feels wrong. Oh. So we'll see. I'll do a thinky doodle tomorrow. Maybe we just do a small lot. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I do not know what I want to do. So we'll see. Anyway, let's go on a raid arenas. We'll raid someone I haven't raided in so long. Wow, this map's so nice. Thank you so much, everyone. And thank you again for the huge donation that came through. That was from my birthday. I really appreciate that. That's so extremely generous. So thank you very, 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 very much. Thank you so much. I did, Yanks, and I did not refund it. And do you know what happened, Yanks? The craziest thing happened. They were like, don't refund it, don't refund it. Are you going to give it to the mods? What are you going to do? And I was like, eh. And then Les Banana donated the same amount to the mods. What a hero. That's crazy. Wait, when is your birthday? It was 6 days ago. Yeah, I know, crazy, right? Thank you very much. That's so generous of you all. So thank you very, very much for raising all of that money. Just to be very kind, and so like you just want to, it seems like you just want to spoil me, and you guys spoil me up every day of the year anyway, because I get to do this for a living, and that's the most important thing for me. So thank you very much for being so kind. I really appreciate it, and I'll hopefully see a bunch of you guys tomorrow. Thanks so much, everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Happy birthday.